think, wouldn't you?
I was just thinking about you, Andy.
Oh, yeah?
In a non-sexual way.
Oh, either way's fine.
He says.
No, seriously. No, I'm writing an article for Gear News. It's going to come out on Saturday, and it's all about studio security. And I thought this is a good way for me to get all of my thoughts out and written down, and then I can use that as the basis for doing our little show.
Oh, sure.
So,
yeah,
I was just thinking about you. You're not, I'm obviously not naming you or anything, but
just some stupid American bastard got taken, right? So.
Not at all. Matt's gone all 8-bit.
Yeah.
What? Looks fine here.
Of course it does.
Yeah, that's the way the internet works.
Well, the OLED didn't work.
Did it not?
Keyboard fires up. OLED doesn't work.
Oh, wow.
Look at it tomorrow. Can't be asked now.
Okay. You put the ribbon cable on the right way around.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of internet, how many providers do you guys have there? Is there one main provider, or do you have competition?
Oh, competition, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like a lot, or just a few?
Well, no, there's quite a few. What it is, we have an infrastructure that.
Okay.
So you have to think back to the old days, where the telecommunication system in this country was a nationalised service, and it was run by, believe it or not, the post office.
Whoa.
Yeah, the post office were in charge because it was a communication thing, and the post office was all about communication. So the GPO, General Post Office, ran the service, and then the government of Margaret Thatcher decided to privatise that shit and formed British Telecom, which was then a private company, and took it away from the post office. So anyway, the infrastructure had been there for decades, maintained by the GPO, and then latterly British Telecom. And then when other telephone providers started to want to come in and offer telephone services, they couldn't because it was a national thing. It was kind of protected until, again, Margaret Thatcher's government decided to deregulate that. So then, of course, they needed to come up with their own ways of getting onto the infrastructure, which was already there. So there was all this licensing stuff going on. And then the same thing happened with the internet. But what's happened now is that because BT started their own internet service on their own infrastructure, but charged everyone else extra to come onto their infrastructure, that was deemed unfair competition. So the government ordered BT to split itself into two, one as a service provider of telecoms and internet, and another as purely an infrastructure company, and they called that OpenReach. So OpenReach run and maintain the infrastructure.
OpenReach right into your wallet.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but it's becoming sort of easier, and there are so many providers now, and they all just basically. Especially, it's a lot easier now. We've got fibre with the old copper networks. You had, companies had to go into every exchange and fit their hardware to get into the BT infrastructure, but to be, monitored and charged. It got messy. But
do you guys have satellite stuff for rural people, like Starlink there?
Yeah. We have Starlink here. Yeah. It's very expensive, but
you want to freak out? Look at an astronomy app. Look at all the Starlink satellites. There's so many fucking satellites. It's crazy.
I know. I actually looked into it because I was at one point earlier this year thinking about moving my office into a remote premises, and I found one, but it was the fibre connection wasn't there. But one of the people on the site had Starlink, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's bloody brilliant! I get these speeds going up and these speeds coming down, and it's fantastic." And how much does it cost? And it was just like hundreds to get it installed.
Yeah.
And then the monthly fees were just like, no, I don't think so. But yeah,
better phrase, they were astronomical.
Well, it's funny because in the old days of pre-broadband, ISDN stuff like that, there were some people across the bay over in Fremont and stuff that were using a service that would beam their signal across the bay. It wasn't satellite; it was just point to point.
Well,
Because
you
they
say
didn't have
that.
service over there. It's pretty weird.
So there was a company back in the 90s called Ionica, and they were based out of Cambridge. Basically, a guy in his shed at the bottom of his garden invented a point-to-point communication system that had little hexagonal dishes on the side of your house that pointed at like base stations around, in the region, and then those base stations connected to the main network. And he invented it in his shed.
Crazy.
And then got some, venture capital and something, and started up this company. And if you're going to start a telecommunications company up in the UK, you have to comply with a whole bunch of regulations laid down by an organisation called Ofcom, the Office of Communications. And you have to guarantee standards and standards of service, levels of service, and et cetera, and they massively over-quoted what they could do, and then massively failed. And the whole business just went. Oh, somebody's got the speakers on. Ian,
I have. I need to put headphones in, don't I?
or just put echo cancellation.
Okay, let's try that then.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah.
How's that? There you go.
That better?
Yeah,
That works.
There you go.
yeah.
Cool.
There you go.
Yeah, so Ionica, I mean, the service was rubbish. The funny thing was, because my ex-wife used to work there, and one of their adverts, it was Thunderclap Newman was the music, something in the air, and it was lots of swooping shots of, people talking to each other, and there was one shot of two doves sat on one of the Ionica dishes. And they were, it was really schmaltzy stuff. The ironic thing was that if two doves actually sat on your Ionica dish, you would have no service.
I think I saw that. That made the rounds on the internet.
It's
That's funny.
It was an absolute. I mean, because my ex-wife was head of customer services, and she would have to bring home tapes, record. When they say we're going to record this call for training purposes. She would bring the tapes home and listen to them with her headphones on. I wasn't allowed to listen to them officially. Mm-hmm. And I would listen to a few of them, and most of them were people saying, "I'm standing out in the rain. I want to know why I can't use my bloody landline to call you." And it was just, it was absolutely. And they went bust. And
when I first worked at Apple, I had friends that worked at eWorld, their like version of AOL. Mm-hmm. And also were part of Claire's support and all these other support arms. And there were guys that are collecting the best voicemails and making the rounds basically totally illegally inside the company, right? It's just really bad. So I have a collection of some of the best ones, and they had a big Australian user base. And us Australian guys so pissed yelling at Claris. Like, "You fucking cunts, I hate you, Claris." Like, I gotta find those somewhere. They're hilarious.
Oh, look at that. Look what I can do.
Oh, God.
Do you want rounded corners? Have rounded corners.
Oh.
Look at that.
Yeah.
New features.
Yeah, so... Is that pro version only?
Yeah. And Kent's got it. I haven't on PSN yet. Because I logged in and they said... Because I've been complaining about not having the new features yet. And they said, "Oh, it's being rolled out." Well, they fucking rolled it out to that.
Well, they know how important the pub is.
Cunt.
So.
Him, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they rolled it out to me.
So...
I think I have a permanent address now for the show.
Yes, they do that as well.
For the chat, yeah.
Yeah.
So I set that up. That went horribly wrong twice. So I think I've signed up for Hezbollah, but I don't know.
Let's not go there.
Find out when the rockets hit.
Turn your pager off.
Yeah.
Hezbollah's got Shining Path. He's got a bunch of stuff in there.
Oh, dear me. So is do you reckon old Biden's going to grant Zelensky some extra ammos and what have you? And, permission.
Yeah, and I'm out of the loop on purpose of that shit. I just annoyed by so much of that shit. It just...
Yeah, well, I think Zelensky wants permission from the US government, or
He needs
America
it. He
in
can't
general.
use it without it, can he?
Well, I mean,
Well-
everyone needs to put Putin in his place, but Trump's such a buddy with that guy. It's so ridiculous. It's just. Meanwhile,
Well,
Putin
Ted,
thinks
isn't
he's
he?
just a total
Yeah.
clown. So
Trump admires Putin. That's the issue.
all the
Yeah, 'cause
dictators. That's why he wants to be one.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Do what he wants,
See
get
him.
away with it. And,
Actually, on reflection, perhaps it was a subject I shouldn't have brought up.
Yeah. You think?
Yeah. Fucking hell. End of the world, guys. Yay! Yeah. Think about
Not this
something
week,
else.
please.
Yeah, talk about something else.
Well, it's funny because Trump has been talking about this is the real big N word, the nuke word, right? Like he's trying to fear monger everybody about
Yeah.
nuclear war because of decisions not made by him, of course, but clearly he's probably going to push the envelope on that. You don't want that guy to have what they call the football, right?
Yeah.
The launch suitcase, because he's a fucking idiot.
Well, look what he does. He can't even fucking handle a golf ball.
Exactly. Oh, he cheats all the time anyway at golf.
Yeah,
He's
no,
doing
it's-
an honest game of golf.
Yeah, I saw one of his slices. Holy fuck. Yeah.
There's a video of
Can I have a
him,
slice of bread with that, please?
dropping balls randomly and not counting strokes. He's constantly cheating.
Yeah. Well,
For the golfers out there, my dad would do it once when I was a joke. He'd go, winter rules. You could replace the ball.
yeah.
winter.
But Trump does it all the time.
Yeah. Oh, right, now, can I see what I'm doing now? Ah, hello. That's
Okay.
better. I can see what I'm fucking doing now. Yeah, just before I was about to fire up the show, the phone went and was met by a rather irate customer
Oh.
who is complaining that I haven't looked at his synthesizer yet. And I very calmly explained to him that I allowed him to bring it here early because he needed to bring it early, but I wouldn't be able to look at it for quite a while because it will go into the queue, and until I get to that synth in the queue, I won't be looking at it. I can't look at it any earlier than when I get to it. So this carried on for a little while, and it's all like, and in the end I just went, all right, come pick your fucking shit up then. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. No, take it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Get it seen quicker. No, I want you to do it. Well then, fucking wait. Because by then I'd had
It's
enough.
First out. I mean,
I'll just say, I know they're talking about customer care and all that. Fuck you. Customer care. Shove that up your fucking arse. Because if you're going to phone me up at 20 past 7 to have a fucking... No, do you know what? Fuck off.
Do you not?
that's the
Do
good
you
thing
not
about
have
having your own
answer phone?
business. You can be as rude as you want to the customers. It's your business.
Well, what I've done, I'm going, what can I do? Oh, I know what to do. And when he got his keyboard, pulled it out, pushed 2 keyboards along and then put it back in again.
I hope he's not watching.
I don't give a fuck
You
if
wanna-
he is or not.
You want to get an answer phone, Ken, that says you're only open from 8 till 6, and if they ring
Yeah.
after that, they can leave a message.
What the problem is, most customers think this, and up to a point it's kind of true, but I open at 8 until I die, essentially. At least that's how it fucking feels, I tell you.
Yeah.
Like,
It's the Japanese thing of karoshi, where you die in your workplace
yeah.
or on the way home from work.
Well, actually, I think was it last Friday? I think it was last Friday. I'd come in. I'd been doing shit all day, and I come in, and Fiona goes, "Oh, I haven't started dinner yet." I said, "Well, you better get a wiggle on, darling, because PSN is in 45 minutes." She went, "Yeah, well, do you want something quick?" I went, "Yeah, it'll have to be." And she goes, "Okay." She goes into the kitchen and rustles something, and then she comes back in, and she goes, "So how'd it go?" I said, "Oh, well, I got the, what was it? Little Akai thing, remote thing." I said, "Oh, I got the little Akai done." She went, "Oh, okay." She goes, "Oh, what about the what was it? I forget what it is now." Oh, it's a Farfisa. I went, "What Farfisa?" She goes, "The Farfisa in the hall." I go, "There you go, you've answered your question." Because if it's in the fucking hall, I haven't looked at it, have I? She goes, "Oh, Nick, you said you were going to do that today." Did I? Did I really? Who did I say that to? Well, me, the customer. Well, I can't. So I'll look at it tomorrow. Which I did. God. That is messed up. Jesus Christ.
So you're taking the day out. Lily's doing all
It's like
the work.
Jordan's arsehole when I opened it up.
Oh man.
It was all raggedy, big old.
Just
It's worse when you laugh.
it's like that. It's like that fucking meme that's doing the rounds, isn't it? You know, I asked the builder for a rough price, and he sent me a picture of Katie Price.
Oof.
Ouch.
Oops. Ow.
Oh man.
Yeah, but
If I remember correctly, she used to look good.
Before she had work done, she did look good.
yeah, but
Oh, really? She had
a
the whole
fucking.
chop out thing done?
Oh, mate, she was like a
Oh,
fucking
no.
Airfix kit by the time she was 24.
Yeah, but earlier on, when she was before she was Jordan, I think,
Yeah.
when she was
The
still
automotive
Katie
industry
Price.
calls
Yeah.
it Bondo.
She used to insist on being at the bar in nightclubs because she couldn't stand too close to radiators for any length of time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, at least she didn't do what some of those people do in like the Florida hack surgeons that claim they use they do the silicone stuff, and they're injecting industrial grade silicone into people.
Oh,
But did you
Bathroom.
see
They would have
Bathroom
mastic gun.
ceiling.
a mother of 5 died yesterday in the UK after having one of those so-called Brazilian butt lifts.
Yeah.
She had it done here in the UK, and they've arrested the people that have done it and charged them with corporate manslaughter.
Yeah.
But she took a turn for the worse after the operation and died, and she left 5 kids without a mother.
well,
She's had a what lift?
Brazilian
butt
butt
lift.
Don't
So
even
the
ask
sag
me
and it
what
goes up. Yeah.
it just gives you those. Yeah, just
Better-
whatever.
Is it the big ass thing?
It's
Sorry.
the Kim Kardashian look. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the big ass.
Oh.
Yeah.
God's
But
sake.
but the problem is silicone is inert in the body, and so it just moves around and tissue grows around it. It's just a disaster.
It is amazing why people have this done, and it's not it's predominantly women, but men have it done too.
Oh
You
god,
know.
yeah.
But guys get calf implants and washboard implants for their abdomen and all kinds of bullshit.
Oh, yeah, and the pecs thing and all that.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, did you watch
Anybody
that,
don't?
that synth video?
Which one?
Yeah, the scam one.
Espen.
Which one? No, I don't think I've seen it.
Espen Craft,
Espen Craft.
fucking Poundland pet shop boy that he is.
No.
Oh, what happened? Yeah, I missed it.
He's a cunt. I'm sorry. He's got a reputation. Certainly in
I
the
think you did
last
that the
year
wrong
or
way
so.
round.
In the last sort of year or so, he's always been a pompous asshole.
Yeah, I am the '80s. That was
The 80s. No, you're not. You're some sadgit in a fucking Norway somewhere, and you're not very good. Anyway,
Your mum's loft.
yeah, in my loft.
Norway didn't
but yeah,
exist
he's
in
an
the
arrogant
80s.
prick, and he has taken to start. He has been known to post slightly controversial opinion videos, and he posted one yesterday or the day before, basically saying that not all synth manufacturers are scammers, but the big ones, certainly the ones that sell synthesizers for $3,000 to $5,000, they're all scamming because it's basically a VST in a box. He laid into Groove Synthesis for the third wave because you can buy the PPG VST. So how come they're
like it's the
charging?
same thing. What an
But
idiot.
yeah, like it's the same fucking thing. And he got all his information wrong. He got all his pricing wrong, and it was just like, basically, how do I say I know fuck all about the music industry without
He's
saying
just
I
influenced.
know fuck all about the
Yeah.
music industry?
But the best one, he was moaning about how everything's digital and fucking what was it? Which was the one I've just seen?
He was
it come
talking
up
about
in
he
it.
was talking about digital envelopes, and
Yeah.
he sat in front of a fucking sequential which has got digital envelopes.
But then he said, if I was going to recommend a synth, it would be the fucking Hydra.
Yeah, And
Hello?
he doesn't own a Hydra. So how could he recommend it if he doesn't own it and never
love
played
that.
one?
Cunt.
Yeah, all the filters are modeled, and he doesn't know that. So
I mean, but the thing is, I don't think he cares, because that video, last I looked this afternoon, was nearly 19,000 views.
Oh, it's had
in less,
at least 21 now.
yeah,
he's Mr.
in
Clickbait
24
these days.
hours.
He's-
But his last, because then one of the things he said, there are going to be people who are responding with essays in the comments to tell me how I'm wrong. But these people, they don't make music. You see these people on YouTube, they don't make music, they don't do music, blah blah blah. Like that's some sort of qualifying criteria that you don't. If you don't put your music out there, you're not allowed to talk about this sort of stuff. Well, the music he puts out there is lucky if he gets 1,500 views, let alone, you know. But so it's obvious what he's doing is just fucking
Sure.
clickbait.
Well, music aside, if you can't get the tech right, then shut the fuck up. Yeah, so-
Yeah,
Yeah. It's just pure
See, I'd not-
unadulterated clickbait.
I don't really know. I know nothing about him, which I'm quite pleased about. But
Yeah, don't worry.
I mean, I
his early videos were good about some of the samplers and stuff. When he was
Yeah.
more of a gearhead, but when he started ditching his gear and going all in the box, then he got this weird attitude.
I mean, I fell down the rabbit hole of watching the Ren stuff after Sonic State yesterday because I knew nothing about that. Have you seen that?
What's that?
Ren, he bought a sample.
Oh,
He bought a
I've
he bought
people
an
saying,
unlimited sample
yeah.
which had a choir in it. Which so the guy that sold the sample didn't own all the rights to it. So he's had a whole load of crap associated with it the last 2 or 3 weeks.
No, I
You
didn't
know.
know. No,
The
I,
song's
some,
great.
Happens a
Actually,
lot.
The song is great. I mean, you know, I'm not into hip hop particularly, but I thought, you know,
somebody sent me. Didn't he do a song a couple of years ago where he sat in like an asylum
yes, that's
on a
I Am
chair
Ren,
with
yeah.
the with his guitar?
Yeah, I
and
remember that, yeah.
People kept
Yeah.
sending me, "Oh, have you seen this? It's really good." And I'm watching. I'm like, okay, yeah. But it's
No,
nothing.
I think
it's
he
not-
is.
it's
I
not-
think
it's not
he's really
terrible.
talented. You know, he's signed to a major, I think, and I mean, you know, it's a bit American sort of. Well, hip hop is American, isn't it, in that sense? But you know, it's a bit Eminem for me,
Right.
really. But I think he's talented. You know.
I've got a friend.
Hip hop kind of started in Jamaica, but that's another story.
All right.
I've got a friend who is getting on a bit and is very eccentric and also very gay. And he cannot stop going on about him. He keeps sending me videos. Oh, have you seen the latest one? Don't care. I know you fancy his arse off, but I don't care. It's just,
I mean, the
but-
poor lad's got lots of health problems, mental health and physical.
Well, it's a
problems,
point of interest.
you know. So,
Right.
and he said, you know,
well.
What are you going to say? What?
to me.
Yeah, he is a cunt.
No,
yeah,
Siri.
you're right.
Siri.
Yeah.
Shit, that's just set my own pod off. Cancel. Fuck off.
You see?
I can't
told
do
you
that
it'd
right now.
work, didn't I? I told you it'd be fun. I know you wanted to be called Colin.
From accounts.
I
Yeah.
FaceTime Hayley first thing in the morning to get her out of bed, and she'll fucking walk into her kitchen and talk to hers, and it sets mine off.
I might have another computer for you, Matt, without a hard drive.
Yep, no problem.
We've got a family relative who's, I think it's Jen's auntie, one of the aunties, great auntie, something like that. Anyway, passed away recently, but I'm taking the hard drive out because they want to obviously keep that, but the rest
Yep.
of it, you know,
Golden. Yep,
I'll let you know and I'll send it down.
not a problem.
rather send it to you if you want it in charity, because you can butcher it and do what you like with it.
Yeah. Well, I'll get it working and give it to somebody who could do with it. That's, that's
Right.
normally what I do. So
Cool, mate.
donate it up.
Yeah, can you imagine changing Nellie's name to Hi Google? I like it.
Cortana. God, is Cortana still a thing?
Yeah.
Must be.
Yeah.
sadly.
Right.
It better be. You went to all the trouble of spelling it.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Now, I would put the bowl
I
down
do, I
for
do
you.
keep losing my phone and going, "Hey Siri, where are you?"
I'm here.
Yeah.
There you go. Tell us a joke.
I don't have to say it because she's permanently bleeding stuck to me.
Hey Siri, tell me a
Velcro.
joke.
Did you hear about the new movie called Pi? You'll never guess how it ends.
That's rubbish, isn't it?
Cue laughter.
Yeah.
Get your stream deck working, Rob, because we need the rolling fucking grass for things.
Yeah,
like
we
that.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I can approximate it by doing that.
Yeah, that'll do.
So is there no sign of it being fixed or?
I got an email from Rogue Amoeba today about a new update to Loopback, but hopefully, I mean, I might try it. I might stick it on the laptop first and see if it's okay. But what would really make things easier is if Elgato, who make Stream Deck, put an option in the Elgato software for me to select the audio interface, because you can't do it on Mac. It's only the Windows version where you're allowed to select your audio interface. So that means that on a Mac, it has to always go through system audio, which is why you then need Loopback to bring it back into the feed. So that's what I want, but it's not going to happen. So not yet, anyway. So
I'm getting really pissed off with this picture limit size in
Pornhub.
no. No, you can just click and expand. What's the matter? In this StreamYard, the the show picture.
Yeah.
Thumbnails.
Yeah, I've got loads and loads and loads of them, but I can't use them because they don't fit. It's not-
Was it just file size, or is it?
Sometimes file size, or the picture's just too big. You've got that limit
Yeah,
window, and it's like, well, that's no good. There's the introduction to the joke, and there's the punchline down there, which you want. Fuck, and all this sort of thing. And other times, I think JPEG it has problems with or something. Doesn't like JPEGs. It's probably one of the most used bloody picture formats on the fucking planet, and you go, now I don't like JPEGs. Really?
No, I've not had problems with. I mean, I generally use PNGs. But
Mind you, it depends on what kind of JPEG it is, I suppose. But I don't know. But and I had one for tonight, and he wouldn't have it.
It's going to try and duck out there, Rob.
I wonder what happens. Hang on, I'm just going to try this. Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah.
I look like I'm also
Can we have
starring
him
on
as an hexagonal?
Put him back in the circle. Put him back in the circle.
isn't it?
Go on.
It
Go
was, wasn't it? It was like also starring on the Waltons.
No,
Looks like Kent's under a microscope.
I was going to say, it's how the prison warders see him when they look through the peephole.
Yeah. Have you got a triangle?
No, it's circles, squares, all full size thing.
Yeah. That's rather disappointing, then, really, isn't it?
Have you tried dark mode yet, Kent?
No,
Yeah, it's
No.
easier on the eye.
is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you all upgraded to the new whatever it is?
Nope.
No, I mean
whatever
either.
it is.
Whatever what's it called?
What, Mac OS?
Yeah.
Sequoia.
I've done my MacBook, and at the moment it's absolutely fine.
I'm not doing it. I won't do it until
I'll probably wait just a little while.
Yeah,
Somebody-
I've learned.
somebody was saying, might even somebody on here on one of these, that it's better to wait till the third update.
Yeah, it was that twat.
It was that twat, was it?
No,
that's right.
I always
Yes, you
say
did.
first. No, I say first. It was Longhurst that said third.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
right.
The other
So
twat.
that's twat, right? Okay. Yeah,
Victorian.
which made sense to me. To be fair, I mean, I've only just gone over to
So many
Sonoma.
twats to choose from.
And this is God knows what this is on because I'm not great updating this anymore.
I've spoken to a lot of people who've gone over to Sequoia and they've said actually this is one of the better ones because pretty much everything is okay. Sequoia apparently is more about front end changes than it is deep back end changes.
Right.
Come on, half God. What have I done now?
What?
What have I done?
I'm waiting 6 months. Was Ken?
Yeah, I see.
Sorry, Ken. Yeah.
What? What?
Oh, yeah.
Get out of there.
So it's yearly, isn't it? So it's every time this year, sort of this time of year, every year, roughly.
Yeah, it's always this.
So,
Isn't that
I mean,
good?
I won't be updating until next summer.
Did I say wait until third one? Did I? Oh, okay.
No, it was Longhurst. It was definitely Longhurst.
Was it?
I won't do this MacBook until the first point update, and then once I know everything's working in Sequoia, everything, then I'll do the studio one.
Yeah.
I think I meant wait until the third operating system comes up and then update to the last one. So wait until 2 more different ones come out and then update to Sequoia. Just to be sure.
If anybody's coming to Synthfest in just over a week's time, there will be a Luma 1 drum machine there.
You had to talk about Synthfest, you fuckers.
I know, sorry.
I didn't mention it.
I get
Apparently
used to it.
The guy that invented it emailed me today and he said, are you going to Synthfest? Because there's a guy there called Mike Gorman, who I know very well, who's bought a kit version. They've started to do kit versions of them. So, you know, you just buy all the stuff. You have to buy a little bit yourself. But and he bought one and put it together and he's bringing it to Synthfest. So, yes, get to play with one.
Yeah, but like I said to you earlier, I was very impressed with when Ty said about he's got the that upgrade for his Super 6 to make it polyphonic on the aftertone.
Yeah,
without
yeah.
having to buy a keyboard again. It's pretty cool. By keyboard, I mean the whole synth.
Yeah.
You know, Mark II with Poly AT.
Yeah. No, I saw the kits at Super Booth. George had them there. And apparently it's just, it's a few screws, pop it out, one cable, screw it back in again.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how good Ty is with a screwdriver.
Did anyone get their notification from Bukes today?
Yep. Got my shipping, got my tracking number.
Same.
Don't know when it's going to get here, but
I'm not falling for that again, fool.
Where's the beret gone?
Mind you,
It's,
last time I was invited to into a van. It didn't go so well. On my way home from school.
Oh.
Mini Moog book. We are
where is it?
expecting it. So, Royal Mail are expecting it. It's in the system. And it's
Well,
being
mail
sent-
are rubbish.
tracked 48. So, we'll hopefully, I bet, might come on Saturday. Unless they really pull their
I might
finger
come
out.
on Saturday.
I won't.
Doesn't mean it's going to show up, does it?
I've also got something in my list here. That it says it's being delivered tomorrow.
Yeah, it was sweets. Yeah.
And I have no idea what it is.
Trax 48 is what I've got.
There's
Yeah.
quite a, just to give you a heads up, there's quite a good Royal Mail scan which looks very, very, very accurate. So you actually start to look at the web address. Because I was waiting for a parcel this week and this thing, but the actual tracking number looked wrong. And then when I started to look into it, but at first look, it just looks like a standard Royal Mail And the first web address on it is is like standard Royal Mail, so they've almost like they've cloned it.
Oh.
And then they start to ask for information like your address and all that when you try and track it. So it's a standard phishing job.
Is any of your mates around?
So, because I've got a Royal Mail account, as soon as anybody sends me anything that's got a tracking number, it just gets added to my account.
Yeah.
So I don't tend
That
to
should
click
be
on
all right
anything.
then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But I've got something in my account that says it's going to be arriving tomorrow, and I don't know what it is.
I bought those today.
What's that?
It's a Casio MT46.
Why?
Oh, right. Yeah. MT46. Yeah.
First keyboard I ever owned.
I've got.
Oh.
Don't know which one I've got. I've got one of them. I've got the one with the speakers, stereo speakers.
Oh,
It's not a 46, is it?
68?
Could be. It's got a decent filter on it that you
There
can,
were fucking
you can mess
hundreds of
around
them back
with.
then, weren't there? There were thousands,
Yeah,
thousands of different models, weren't there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bostitch, yep, MT400V.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds right.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's great actually. You can mess around with it. It's fantastic. It's got a broken key, which I need to fix at some point. I'll get somebody I know to quickly fix it if I pop down to the board.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Hello.
One wing.
Do you know what? I spoke to Kyle today, and he says, I was watching one of the pubs. He said, and he said, that guy, what guy? He says, oh, the one that plays really, really well. I went, oh, Justin. Yeah, that's him. He goes, and he was playing his quadricent. I went, yeah, and he goes, bloody hell. He says, that sounded really, really brilliant, didn't it? I went, yeah. He says, and then I thought, hang on a minute. I think somebody gave me one of them once. He said, so I went out and had a look, and I found it.
Really?
He said, so I brought it in, powered it up. He says, it's all working and everything like that. He says, oh, it's lovely. I went, yeah, welcome to my world.
It is a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So, yeah, and it was really good sound.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Nice.
mind you, he knows people. Jesus, does he know people? Mate. He said he was going to be on the pub tonight, but I don't see him. Just keep an eye out for him. But he said that when he watches the pub, he never gets to chat with it. Because I said to him, why don't you come in? Because this guy's got stories coming out of his bloody sleeves, do you know what I mean? And
didn't think, but if you want me not to go, I'll go on the 26th.
oh, domestic, come on.
Oh, come on.
Go on, Jack.
on.
Go on, Jack. Give him plenty.
Slap him one. Fucking hit him. Oh, come on.
Oh, man.
Oh, he's not even listening.
He's muted it.
And he's taking his headphones off as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, maybe
It must be
taking
really
a
serious.
She might be taking a run up. Got a big piece of wood.
Paul Artola, give Rob a wet willy. Go on.
Piece of wood in one hand, kitten in the other.
Wait for it.
Which one do you want?
It's going to come in with a towel and just
Yeah.
right in his face.
Oh, what is she doing?
Oh,
Hang on. Eyebrows
is a
went
look.
up. Go on. Yeah, so as I was saying...
we're all sitting there going, go on, Jack. Go on, Jack.
Shouldn't have been that. You should be acting, Rob, because your face is great.
Have you seen what Ragu just put? Oh dear.
Yeah, it did have that look, didn't it? It's sort of like, I remember them.
What they? No.
Where'd they come from?
Haley does that to me all the time. While we've been on air, like, this is why sometimes I do that, because the reflection, she sends me naughty text messages, and you can see him. There's people going to be rewinding the show now. See what she said.
Yeah, Wagyu, get yourself on the naughty step.
Oh dear.
You keep freezing, Matt.
I don't. It keeps happening.
He
This
hasn't got the
end as well.
heating on.
I thought it was my
Yeah,
end.
he doesn't have the heat on.
No, I don't know what's going on. I'm plugged in as well. It's not like I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm actually hardwired.
Yes, you heard right. You heard that synths are a scam.
Yeah.
Apparently, if they don't cost the same as a Behringer synth, apparently it's a scam. You wouldn't say that if you ever saw inside one.
And because I don't put
Fucking
any
hell.
of my music up on the internet,
You're not a real musician.
I therefore
Look, we're all guilty.
I'm
We're
not
part of
allowed
the
an
synth
opinion.
mafia, so you know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Well, that was funny. Yesterday or something that since Samurai,
Of
did
course.
a video with Echo Craft.
More clickbait. Yeah.
Or something, yeah. But talking about the Espencraft thing, oh fuck, that's a proper hole to sink yourself into. That one. Ay ay ay.
Yeah, of course, R&D costs nothing.
Yeah.
You're dead right there, God.
Kent's
Yeah.
been living off a scam for the last 30 years.
I've had a company who should
You're not far off.
Well, no, I've had a company detail
Yeah, of course it's working, mate.
the cost of making a particular synthesizer
Yeah.
and how much they sell it for, which is considerably less than how much we pay for it, but only because there's markup involved. The distributor has a markup, and then the retailer has a markup, and by the time that thing's sold, they're not making a huge amount of money off of any of that stuff.
Well, as a rule, all manufacturers don't make a huge amount of money off the gear.
No, that's why they want to sell it direct.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm quite happy to share with you what dealer markup is.
But yeah, I mean, it's
No.
when I get sent some of these things, especially ones that have to go through customs, which nowadays is pretty much everything.
Yeah.
I get an invoice from the company detailing, tell me exactly how much that item is
Worth.
at cost
Yeah.
before any markup, and you look at it and you think, bloody hell.
Yeah.
But then you put on the percentages, and all of a sudden, what you pay and what by the time that, the dealer's taking their bit and what have you, there's not a lot in it.
Well,
Well, the
I
other thing-
remember
the other
Dusty
thing is
telling me that back in 76, Yamaha were making £430 on every CS80 sale. But out of that £430 was shipping it to the various countries around the world.
Yeah.
And the imports and all the rest of it. So they weren't actually making a great deal of money from it at all.
The other thing from a dealer perspective is that what people don't realise is the dealer has to buy their stock.
Yeah.
Very rarely will a dealer will a manufacturer
5,600 quid.
loan.
Absorb.
Well, what was the story about Aston Martins when they released the DB5? Somebody, I think they were marked out at about $5,000. And somebody went to Aston's and said, "Oh, you couldn't do us one, for what you make them for." And they went, "Yeah, all right, then you can pay $7,000." They were losing $2,000 a car
Wow. Yeah.
on the DB5.
Yeah.
I mean, take into account the news that came through today about the company behind was it AODO, or the Kickstarter for the
Yeah,
Amiga,
I saw
the polyphonic
Yeah.
physical modelling synth, and they've just sent out a message to all of their backers saying, basically, we've run out of money, the costs spiraled, and as it
Just chatting
stands,
about that, it sucks.
unless we get
Yeah.
a massive injection of cash, we're going to go bankrupt, and we can't give you any of your money back.
Wow.
So, and this is a small French company with just a handful of
Did they
people.
do the rolly thing where they did too much coke? Is that what it was?
Honestly, I don't think.
the Rolly thing was a whole different
Yeah.
ball of wax because Steve Elbows knows well
Well,
what went on.
it's funny you
there.
should
Yeah, 'cause
mention.
the audio makes
That was,
great
that was
tape.
mismanagement on a massive scale. Apparently,
I've been invited to something in London, the Tuesday between Synthfest and Bridgetronica, where I will be meeting a certain Mr. Roland Lamb.
Oh,
Yeah. It'd be interesting. Because I've been emailing him, or he emailed me, which was like, what? And got this invitation, and I'm like, this will be interesting. Because I've spoken to Steve Elbows about him, and he said, he sent you those PDFs?
Yes, I had them fairly early on.
They are amazing.
They're fascinating, aren't they?
Absolutely amazing.
I mean, and I fully expect the same thing to happen again with Rowley at some point. You know, because some people shouldn't be running companies.
Yeah, I'll end up working for Rowley at the end of the month.
Yeah, our countries. Yeah.
No, it's interesting. I'm glad that I got all of that stuff from Steve before I meet the guy. Because isn't his wife still a partner in the business or something?
I don't know really, because I mean here in the UK it was done through a distributor, which is bonkers considering they're technically a British company with offices in London.
Yeah.
But from a dealer point of view, it was all done through a third party. So we never dealt. The only time I ever spoke to Rowley direct was because of servicing, because of repairs.
Oh, talking of repairs, Kent, I emailed a bunch of people.
Oh yeah.
Haven't heard anything back yet, but
okay, that's cool.
I've emailed some people here in the UK and at the manufacturer, so hopefully I'll get something for you.
Well, there seems to be a distinct lack of it here, anyway, in any meaningful way.
Sorry.
What?
I posted a picture of my my polybrig with his legs on, and somebody's just posted a picture of Espen Craft with his hands going, scam.
But it does have a coffee table look, doesn't it?
It does. And in actual fact, I remember my mum had a small coffee table with screw-in legs.
Yeah, it's that kind of 70s
exactly
kind
that.
of look. Yeah.
As I'm putting it back together, I remember dismantling this with, and they're proper solid. There you go. They're proper solid. They're really nice. I know I took the piss out of them when they released them, but it's solid as a rock and looks pretty nice.
That's what you want.
As a rock.
Indeed.
Song in there somewhere.
Very easy to put on.
I'm not quite sure what the hell I was doing when I was answering Matt's post on Facebook.
Which one?
The one with Kermit the Frog.
I don't spend much time on. I clearly miss so much by not going on Facebook.
I must have missed that.
The one with you wearing the red beret.
Oh yeah. Right, yeah.
Let's have a look at Facebook, shall we? Because I've not been on there.
Oh, the shit that I got for that was unreal.
I know. So I found that photo of Kermit with the red beret on, and in French I wrote above it, "I have a bread cock."
Well, the best response I got was that.
Oh dear.
Oh, by the way, Andy's asked me to, if anybody wants to come on,
I have the bread cock
on the PSN Synthfest after show meal.
Oh yeah.
There's I think it might be only 7. 8. No, I think so. I think another one's been taken. 7, so yeah, I think at most there's 8, but there might be less spaces.
Yeah.
So hurry up.
Pay your £10 deposit by his email.
How much room have they got in this chip shop?
We're taking the whole thing over again.
It's outside. We'll just gather outside.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, we're going out on Friday night as well, Rob.
Apparently.
Pete messaged me the other day. I did invite Andy Brooks actually to that, if you don't mind.
Of course not. No, the more the merrier.
I mean, it would be an issue. I just said if he was free that we were going to go.
Apparently, Andy and Graham went to this nice curry house.
Cool. That sounds like a plan.
I just want somewhere that's a bit quieter. To shout at.
Yeah, no, I'm up for that. Yeah. Just nice, quiet curry would be great. Actually.
Yeah.
You know.
It won't be when you're there.
Oh, hey.
You'll be the noisy people in the room.
No, we won't. We'll be very quiet. We're very
shouting and screaming at each other.
We're very sedate, aren't we?
Yes. Yeah, we're very civilised.
Yeah.
Coked off your tits, throwing shit at people.
Well, it'll only be Diet Coke.
What do you mean you don't know what a mini moog is? Are you a cunt or something? Hey? Look, I just work here.
Apparently, Susan Ciani's what do you call them turned up.
Oh, it has.
Turned up for the. She played Stroud on Sunday. On
Maybe
Monday.
she just didn't like you lot and she made up
That
some
was
bullshit.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, she said she hadn't slept for 5 days,
Wow.
worrying about it, and trying to track it and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. But she was quite. She said if he never turns up, he never
Was it
turns
lost
up,
or stolen?
It was somewhere on a plane or in a warehouse somewhere. But I mean, they told it had arrived at Heathrow, and because she had an AirTag on it, and it wasn't. It was in Brussels or somewhere else.
Really?
So it was lost for a while.
Yeah, you see air tags. Might be the way to go.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a disappointment. I did my insurance for the gear that I'm taking to Synthfest and Brishtronica, and I normally use Allianz Music Insurance.
I've used them in the past. I thought
And they've
my
been
policies with them.
very, very good.
Yeah.
So I phoned them up and I said, "Can I take out a short-term policy, please? When do you want it to start?" So I said, "Well, 4th of October, because that's when I'm going to start travelling." "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. We no longer do short-term policies as of October 1st this year. So, oh, fuck's sake." So she recommended me Lark, I think it's called Lark Music Insurance. They have 2 sets of insurance. One for like super duper professionals with fucking very expensive violins and shit, and then they do. And they make it quite distinct on the front page because the premium insurance has a big orchestra picture, and then what they call the essential is just some guy with a microphone and a controller. So, but no, they're very reasonable. But the thing is, they don't do short term either. But what they do is you can take out an annual policy and then cancel it once you want to finish, and then they'll just refund you pro rata. But even for the year, I insured 2 instruments for $6,000, not each, but split.
Yeah.
And they only wanted like £60 for the year.
I was trying to. I can't remember which insurance company I'm with. It's got a weird name. I mean, they specialize. They're a subsidiary of somebody else, and they only do music policies. So, I mean, I had to contact them recently because I'd forgotten to change the address to here, which I have now done. Because that's exactly the sort of thing. If we'd have got a load of stuff stolen, they go, "Well, it's wrong. It's a different address. We're not paying out." It'll be that.
No, they'll find some excuse.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
It's the idea.
Yeah, exactly. But they've got a strange name, but I can't find them.
Yeah, this was Lark.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Ian, don't worry. Who would be stupid enough to get their stuff stolen?
Andy, come on, man. You weren't stupid.
Well, I didn't
You
plan.
just got
I
hit
didn't
by a
prepare.
dickhead.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, Lark,
I didn't prepare. I should have had a security system all along. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Lark Music is a trading name of Howden UK Brokers. But I'm sure there was another name attached to the actual underwriters.
Yeah.
Well, we had
Anyway, still, it's covered.
we've had this for the last 3 or 4 weeks. With all forms of insurance issues and shipping issues, transport issues, shall I say? I can't talk about it because it's part of that NDA thing. But oh, mate, talk about
I think mine is Insure for Music.
messing around.
Okay.
I can't recommend them because it's the first year we've used them. I was with Allianz.
There never seems to be we could do with a one-stop shop
Yeah, we could.
like we used to have back in the 80s.
So I mean, I've got insurance here,
Mm.
and everything's covered.
Separate policy.
No, it's on my it's on my contents policy, but they have a thing with musical instruments.
Oh, right. Okay.
So it's all covered, up to way above, what anything's worth. But doesn't cover me taking them out.
No.
So I have to do, because sometimes I have to do obviously insurance just for theft and damage, but also public liability. Luckily, most events have public liability, and they'll cover everyone that's in there.
Yeah.
So
I need to check on public liability because Sinners Music now has 2 other people, volunteers that are helping. So it's fine. It's fine at the office because the public liability is part of the package that we buy into. But I need to double check that I've got public liability for here because like one of the guys is coming to work here on next Wednesday. Come back on that.
So was it quite a cheap premium because they were mostly DXs?
Oh,
It's not a DX in sight. Actually, no, they've been very good. When I did the Synthfest last year with all of that gear, it was something like for just for that weekend, it was just like 20 quid or something.
That's all right.
With full value. But I think, it's.
My policy. I think I'm insured up to. I think it's 10 grand taken if I go out gigging.
Yeah.
My policy, which I never take out more. That I never take out that much anyway. It's probably only worth a couple of grand if that. With the amp and a couple of keyboards, the stand.
Yeah. No, I hate it when I have a machine come in that has a significant historical significance. And I have to take out a special insurance for while it's here.
Yeah.
And the premium on that is not good.
So can you pass that on to the customer?
Too fucking right. In many respects.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Many, I mean, I've had a piece of gear here. Really, off the scale importance in musical history, and the premium for the I think we covered it for the 6-month period because it was going to take 6 months to properly restore this thing. Was like half the value of the unit.
Wow.
And there was nobody else would touch it.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those things where, because nobody wanted to touch it, and this one place said, "Yeah, okay, we'll take it on." It was literally, we'll name our price.
Yeah.
And they did. So, but I didn't have to pay for it, so it's cool. But that's the best I could find for them.
Did it belong to Espen?
It's interesting. When we had the shop, our insurance policies were much more cheaper than having a studio at home.
Oh yeah.
And same with the office. When we had the office, because we stored lots of the stock there and lots of my stuff there, especially when we were moving. But it was still quite significantly cheaper than here.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's
But all you're buying is peace of
mad.
mind, and then even so, they'll try and wheedle out a bit, won't they?
Yeah. But I mean, it's like Fiona's smart car. Yeah, all right, it's a Brabus, but but her insurance. I mean, she's been driving now 40 odd years. No, can't be that long. She's not that old. Hang on, 35 years. In that little car, and her insurance is, I think, somewhere in the region of about 5 times more than the insurance on the Muzzy.
Really?
Yeah, the Muzzy insurance is laughable.
Well, it's a classic car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely laughable. So although it's kind of valued around, I think, between 32, 34,
Yeah.
the premium a year is £47.
Bloody hell.
So
That's fully
and
comp.
that's fully comp.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Well, its
Oh,
rarity plays
yeah,
into
yeah.
it because, like, you nick it, you go, oh no, I haven't seen any blue Muzzies around at all. No, I don't. You just
Yeah.
don't see them,
And they're generally
hardly
parked
hide it in a car park.
in a garage or a drive for 363 days a year, and they take it out for a couple of days to, for a show or something. And then,
Yeah.
most
Yeah.
classic
Yeah. If you do
cars-
the show car insurance, it's almost pence. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So, but it doesn't apply to this lot. I mean, this lot never leaves this room, but it doesn't apply. So, but like I said before, insurance is one thing. 4 dogs and a 7-iron.
5 dogs.
Well, 5 dogs now.
Unless you
Yeah.
got rid of one.
No. It's just that Lily's still in training.
Yeah.
Although she can jump up here now. She can
Yeah.
get up quite high. I come in here. I can't come in to get something, but I hadn't closed the door behind me. And later on in the afternoon, I said to Fiona, "Where's Lily?" She goes, "Oh, I don't know." I said, "Better look." So went out in the garden, couldn't find her. Workshop, couldn't find her. Did lock her in the shed? No. Went in the kitchen, downstairs toilet, everything. Come upstairs, looking through all the bedrooms. Says, "No, I don't know." I think, "Oh, the studio door's open." She's gone in there, and it's a spring-loaded door, so it's come back. So I come in, and she's asleep. On the window ledge. Up here, stretched out on the window ledge. I went, "And what exactly did you walk on to get there? You didn't float up there, mate. Did a fucking Spider-Man up there." So she just jumps on the rolly, Osmos, get on the key step, up on the Midas, and up into the bloody window. And then,
Quality testing all the stuff. That's what she's doing.
at least she doesn't molt anyway, yet. Because if she molts like Charlie does, which she, thinking about it, she will. Oh my God, that robot Hoover's just going to put a gun to its head.
Yeah, but you have to buy another robot Hoover. It's a 2-robot job.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite funny now. It really, really struggles. It's like, it comes out at 12:30 in the day and just goes, "Oh, here we go again. Fuck now." You can literally see it. It's sort of like miserably moving around the floor. Before it used to be like, "Hey, look at me."
It's like his guide to the galaxy.
And now it's doing a Marvin.
Marvin the paranoid android.
We'll go in there one day and just be going in a circle. Like that.
You call him Marvin.
We
The
should
paranoid.
actually. I think
Robot
we
Hoover.
will. I think we will now.
Yeah.
Because it does. It's the most miserable robot Hoover we've got. It's like, fucking hell.
Brain the size of a planet and it's parking cars.
Oh, mate. Yeah, I'll just probably find it at the bottom of the stairs one day where it's committed suicide. Yeah. Another husky? Are you fucking kidding me? I've got to get new rollers for it as well. And a new, the little spinny brush that just sits on the outside edge. I need one of them that's worn out. So it's another 60 quid. Just seem to be hemorrhaging money. Which is probably why I haven't got a Polybrute 12 in here.
You don't want one of them.
Do you know what? That's what Ty said. Oh, Mister, I've got fucking everything. It says I shouldn't get one, huh? Okay.
Yeah, well.
No, he makes a good point. He makes a good point.
He's
Actually.
doing that as a tax choice, though.
No, I must admit, he makes a good point because, yeah, he goes, "You're not using what you got, so why buy something else you're not going to use properly?" Yeah, okay. Got a point there, mate.
So when does that stop anybody?
That's true.
Well, it kind of stopped me now, weirdly.
Well,
I'm
you're
going-
thinking about it, but most of the time people just want more and more and more. It's consumption.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was enjoying the buying. I must admit, after
that's
after
great.
being broke for so many years, and I enjoyed the buying.
Well, that's the
But-
thing, isn't it? That's exactly it. When because we've all been in that situation where we haven't had very much, isn't it? And when you don't have very,
Is that what Espen said?
When you-
TV12 is a
you know,
scam.
Scared.
I mean,
No,
for years,
everything. Yeah.
all I had was an organ, electric piano, and a 700 for years.
Yeah.
And let's be fair, you already had an organ to play.
That's true, but I needed 2 manuals.
Had a hell of a job getting a tune out of it, huh?
Yeah, I needed 2 manuals. That's it. I needed something to do with my other hand.
There you go.
I know this more there, Robert.
Oh, mate. No, it's true though. It is true. I mean, I was looking through some of my sample because I was looking for a particular sample library for an idea I had, and I thought, well, I better find this sample library before the idea goes away. And I go, what was I going to do? Kind of thing. And I'm trawling through all these libraries, and it's like, all right, well, let's try it alphabetically, see if I can find it. No, okay, so, but they're also categorised, so let's go through. Now, it was fucking hundreds of them. Some of them I didn't know I owned. I've seen them and made a note. Go, oh, I must have a closer look at that. And I've already owned it 2 years. And that's a point where you go, Kent, you got too much fucking stuff, mate. Stop.
It's just like getting into
stop.
games. You can forget all the names of your games that you like, and then you go to like GOG.com, the game download site.
Yeah.
You get into this massive library. I go, I don't remember what I wanted to play.
Yeah, I think
things.
if somebody said to you and you go, they say, name the synthesizers you own, and you go through the list, and then you go, no, hang on, and then come up with another 6 or 7, and they go, oh no, wait a minute, and you come up with a few more and stuff like that, and then go, I think that's all the ones I own. You've got too many.
Yeah.
End of. You have too many. End of.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've got polysynths that I forgot that I owned. I mean, what was it I was looking at? Oh, I was doing some messing around in here one night this week, and I go, right, I need a Logan String Melody 2 string sound, not a Selena. It's too harsh. And of course, all these various sample libraries, you go string synth, and you go, no, it's a Selena. You go, yeah, it's a Selena. No, I want a string melody, something softer. And going through it all, and after a couple of hours, I just couldn't find one. Though I knew I had one in there somewhere, but I just couldn't find it. And then I go, oh god, it's getting a bit late, and I've got shit to do tomorrow. So turn it all down, and as I'm walking out of the room, go, oh wait a minute, I've got the VP330 in the cupboard. I could have just pulled that out and plugged it in. Too many synths.
Yeah.
End of.
My next purchase will not be a synthesizer.
All right.
It will be the Zoom Live Track L6 to
Okay.
replace my Zoom that's in the box, which actually it's not over there, it's underneath the moment.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting for it to come out so I
See,
can order it.
I'm not even in the position of going, oh, I could replace that with, the better,
Yeah.
more updated model. I'm looking and going, it's all new.
Yeah. I mean, I just want something. It'd be quite nice to have something a bit smaller, and then I can put some more pedals in the case when I go out and do an EMOM.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going smaller. Plus, I have to say, my R16, I'm going to say it's on its last legs, but I've got to sell it, haven't I? So it's in perfect condition. If anybody wants to buy it.
Oops. Yeah.
That genie's out of the bottle.
Oh,
That's like
dear.
Robert trying to sell the Andromeda. Everyone's talking
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
about
no,
it.
actually, no, it works fine. There's I think the input on is a bit wobbly on the back. One of the inputs is, but that's all. Doesn't stop it. I use it all the time to record. So I'll multi-track a performance. It's great for stuff like that. But I don't need 16 tracks when I'm doing that. I only need 10 is more than enough.
It helps sometimes to build little rhythms, though, little rhythm bits.
Sorry, say again?
Rhythm bits can be nice with multiple tracks. You can get a little granular with the rhythm bits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or sound
I used to
effects.
think that as well. Then I remembered I've got a door. So build up the rhythms in the door.
Yeah, but that's not so fun. Click, click, click with a mouse.
Yeah, but kind of the same result, though, isn't it?
It is, but
Yeah.
being in the DAW,
if
you
you're
can
looking
fiddle
for a
with it
result,
more and
yeah,
waste
no,
more time on one project than ever gets done. So
Yeah, true enough. Yeah,
I
yeah.
might be
Remember, I
playing
got a
the,
door and walk out.
I might be playing the EMOM at Brisonica. I've signed up,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I haven't heard anything yet.
Oh.
So I'm just trying to decide what to do. I need to take something small. Might just take the OPC. That'll be a challenge, just doing it with an OPC.
Yeah.
now, if you get all the right samples in there, you can do a lot with that little sucker.
Yeah, yeah.
I suppose I don't regret anything I've bought.
Oh, I do. I regret that French controller thing, the X key.
Yeah, what happened
Well,
with
yeah.
that? Is it not supported, or is it just?
It is supported, but the software is so crap that I think it's if you've never used an instrument, then you probably love it because it's fairly cheap.
The pads felt pretty good though. I tried it at Buchla & Friends a little bit. It was interesting.
Yeah, I mean I've done a bit with hardware synths on it and that, but it hasn't got the articulation. I mean they're going to the price point, I suppose.
Yeah.
1,500 quid controller what is it, 300 quid, something like that.
It's at least aftertouch, right? It's not poly AT, right?
No, it's not poly AT. And they when they originally, before they launched it, it was all about using it with an iPad. You can't use it with an iPad. So they're not there yet, and here we are, almost a year later, still
That's
no app
crazy.
for the iPad.
That's weird. Yeah, that's really stupid.
It is really. So you have to use a laptop. You have to use. They recommend using Surge. The free synth with it.
Oh yeah.
It hasn't got. They haven't got
The
their
other
own
problem with iPad stuff sometimes is I had the little MPC Mini keys one with the pads.
Yeah.
Mini controller. It draws too much power for the iPad. You can't. You got to use it tethered with a battery. It's like, why the fuck would you design it that way? It's perfect for an iPad. Don't draw so much power.
That's not good. No.
Yeah.
I mean, the instrument will work with in a low power mode just off an iPad, but I have to say I've never really liked to do that with it. I've done it a couple of times, but it doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem as stable. So I power the instrument separately.
Because I hooked my Keystep 37 to the iPad, no problem. But the stupid MPK Mini, whatever they call it, there's too much juice.
Yeah, that's not no.
No, there's been a couple of things that I've regretted buying, but only because of what the company did to the actual product later on, rather than when I initially bought it.
Yeah, I did regret buying the Venom when I had the Venom. I know that. I like
Venom's
it.
great.
I know you like it. I know you like it.
Alone, we're the only ones that like the Venom.
I just hated that bloody thing. Really,
it's aggressive and crazy, and yeah.
I waited long enough to get a decent price, get my money back, which I was quite happy about.
Did you get it when it was $200 new?
I bought it when it was
That was when I got it. They're blowing it out because
that's exactly when I bought it, and I managed to get my money back.
Oh, good.
More or less. Yeah.
What about Timbre Wolf? You gonna get one of those?
Absolutely not. Well, no, I mean Kent's going to give me one, I think.
Oh,
and the Temple.
No, he said a long time ago, and I don't. I'm joking, man.
Oh no, because I don't think I've got one.
No, it's all right. I was never ready. Because I think I'd said to you, it can't be as bad as all that, and you went, "I'm going to give you one." It is.
Oh no, that's right. I did have one, didn't I? Yeah.
Don't worry.
And I'll tell you how bad that was. I bought
it.
I bought it to see if it was as bad as people were saying.
Yeah.
How stupid is that?
And it was.
It's like, yeah, people keep saying this poison kills you. Let's see. I bet it don't.
You wanted to prove them wrong, right? Is it
Scam. Yeah, that's got to be the watchword now, isn't it?
Isn't it? We are the mafia police. We do scams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some cunts on YouTube, aren't there?
Oh, I thought they were banned. I thought you had to go to like the normal porn sites. Well, if they are, they get pulled pretty quick.
You know, if you show childbirth on YouTube, you can get away with it. There's a medical aspect of it. You can show breasts and vagina and anything you want as long as it's medical.
Yeah.
Plastic surgery.
Oh no.
They show all that stuff.
Yeah. This woman is being fucked up the ass, but she's pregnant. To be fair, come on, she is pregnant.
It's a colonoscopy.
Yeah. He's rather big, and he doesn't want to hurt the baby.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Oh, Robbie, I see what you mean about Opera with the battery saver. I keep getting that popping up. The other browsers don't do that. Interesting. I can plug this sucker in.
Oh dear.
Screw it. There we go.
The year is 2075.
In a world
Full of shit.
in a world full of scams, Espen Craft is.
There you go.
Yep.
Has to happen in the end. Bloody hell, Neil. How much did you pay for them?
Okay, Justin, just a little bit of Dune there. Play some Dune.
Gosh. I don't have the choirs.
See, that's the good thing about film music. You can take a loop and then repeat it 72 times, win an Oscar, and people go, no, that wasn't boring at all. Isn't it? It's the one thing where you can do a loop like that and people go, oh, it's fucking brilliant. You
many
try
times
doing
has
that
Hans
on
done
YouTube and see how long you last.
Well, like the score for the original Alien is amazing, but it's very minimalistic.
But that's the good thing about doing film scores is the film's supporting the rest of it. And they're supporting each other. And it doesn't have to be too complicated because of it. Yeah, makes sense. And then once people know it, if you play it to them, they're quite happy to listen to it, rather than it being, just a loop going round and round and round.
That's why those dramatic scenes in movies where they pull everything out but the music, if the music stinks, you've just ruined your movie.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I did that today during one of the school music classes where I played those 4 chords.
Yeah.
One of the kids was like, "Oh, Inception."
Yeah.
Like, yeah. What's the name of the piece?
Yeah.
It's like,
But then,
"Oh,
but
I don't know."
then they're bought into it because they recognise it.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like fished. Yeah.
Yeah, he knew time, but he didn't know Dream is collapsing.
Yeah.
So I've just seen some really shitty news.
So,
Oh, Go on.
Future Music magazine.
Oh, it's closed.
Oh
isn't
yeah,
it?
it's the last edition.
That's
Wasn't it?
it, last copy. Yeah,
400.
that's very sad.
issue
Yeah, I heard the other day
440.
about
I remember
Bloody
buying
hell.
that in the 90s.
that. I used to buy it, in the 90s. Yeah, when I bought it. Yeah.
I think there's something in there about computer music's going as well.
Really? Well, I used to buy that back in the day as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does make me wonder about other. I mean, what is the future for print?
It's not good.
It's
So many
not
things
good.
are failing. They just closed Orion Telescopes, a worldwide seller. I bought my last rig there. And there are guys who sent their stuff back in for repair, like several $1,000 scopes for repair.
Yeah.
They're gone. This website's gone. They no longer exist at all anywhere.
Bloody hell.
Oh, it's crazy. And it's a huge company. You go to telescope.com, the website doesn't work anymore.
Well, give you a rough idea of how bad things are actually getting. I needed to buy some capacitors for those two UP 2600s last week. And they were 1000 UF at 63 volt. Now, one time a day, not considered to be a particularly rare value at all. Pretty straightforward. And I would get them from RS or Rapid or whatever. Get them for, get a bag of them for about 10 quid. I had to buy them from a place in fucking China.
Yeah.
China. Yeah. Not one between here and Shenzhen. What the fuck? Same for the backlights. Got to come from China. There's nobody between here and fucking China has got a backlight, which is a standard size. And that's where we are.
Do you think Uli will ever take up some of that stuff with his manufacturing stuff?
Well, if he did, it would be in China anyway.
Not for his own stuff, but as like parts for things to repair.
I don't know why he'd bother. It's not exactly
a lot of money in
all
it.
end of the market.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, old, what's it, Syntopia?
Yeah, I think so.
They'll have parts for sale, but it's only because they've broken one up.
Centaur.
Centaur.
Yeah,
thank you.
Centaur, yeah.
Yeah.
Centaur.
And they'll buy a unit in and break it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty clever how they part that stuff out.
Yeah. I mean, once they've sold all the parts, they've made a few quid, but, and you get access to the parts, but at a premium. But even then, I've got to ship those things in from across the Atlantic through customs. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Which is being run by monkeys who are looking the other fucking way.
Yeah.
And, by the time you get it to the door, you got this piece of bloody plastic, and it's cost like 40 quid. And then the customer's going, why do you charge so much? Fucking hell.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know. So at some point, it's all got to collapse.
It is. It has.
Because only until it completely collapses will people go, well, we'll have to reassess this. But
Yeah,
then there's going to
it's
be
too
this
late then, I
transition. The transition period's going to be awful. But when I've got to ship capacitors in from halfway around the globe,
And I mean, things like the carbon footprint associated with shipping that is always an issue, isn't it?
they're coming in on these dirty, great big diesel chugging container ships. Which means that I can order something and it may or may not turn up in the next 6 months. We go, oh yeah, we've still got to fill up this container ship before we ship them out to Europe. And then distribute it.
It's the same with fossil fuels too. We have a finite amount of oil and coal and stuff like that. And they are going to have to start switching to other stuff a lot quicker.
But I mean, and what seems to be happening yet again is with things like fossil fuels. Like in the 80s in the UK, there was the miners' strike because they were trying to close pits and all that. But there was no transition to new jobs for people.
Yeah.
And it's just the same again. I mean, I don't know what it's like in America, Andy, but here,
Oh, same thing. Trump says drill, baby, drill, but they don't give a shit when those guys lose their jobs.
They're not thinking about the people and the families and the communities that need to survive in those places,
Yeah.
because we need to move to cleaner energy. You know,
Yeah.
that's really depressing, isn't
Just
it?
use those pawns in political game. That's all it is. They don't give
Yeah,
a shit.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see, cleaner energy is also used as the excuse
It is used as an excuse. Yeah.
as well.
But also makes new jobs.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
It's-
but not for as many people as they're laying off.
true.
Yeah.
But you have to scale it up. Like everything else gets
Yeah.
scaled up.
Yeah.
You can make more jobs if you want to make more jobs.
Yeah.
Or just let the robots take over and say, fuck it.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch that Terminator Zero thing? That was pretty interesting.
I haven't watched that. I am
it's
watching
Yeah, it's good.
the Sarah Connor Chronicles, which
Oh, yeah, I saw that. It wasn't bad.
I didn't realize that because I back in the day I downloaded it illegally like you used to do.
Oh.
And what? But I
Do
only
something. I have it on my
the
hard
second
drive.
series, not the first series. Sorry.
I have it on my hard drive. I did the same things.
Yeah. I didn't realize that they'd been listed incorrectly. So episode 1, I saw the pilot, and then I was actually watching series 2, not series 1. So I bought them on DVD. I'm about halfway through series 2. It's really, really good.
It's good. Plus, I like Lena Headey anyway. So it's...
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. So no, I want to watch the Terminator Zero thing, but after I've watched this, I think.
I don't miss 60/40 tin lead solder. It's all I use.
I've still got some somewhere.
Yeah, I've got fucking reams of it.
Well, if you're running out, Ken, I'll send you my roll because it's unlikely that I'll really need it.
I think I've got different rolls at different gauges as well and stuff like that.
All right.
But the price of it,
Is that getting harder to get?
No, just more expensive.
More expensive. Yeah.
Just a lot more expensive. I mean, they say no, yeah, because it's not good for the environment and everything like
Well, it's
that.
the same thing with
Well,
the laser industry going to aluminum-free diodes and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. So.
But that's what surprised me. Was they go, I'm sorry, I question that. They go, oh, lead solder, it's not good for the environment. Oh, okay. So throwing away the unit instead is better, is it?
Yeah, it's not though, is it? It's not better. You know that.
Yeah.
It's been harder and harder to get stuff repaired though as well.
Mind you,
Ken,
call it a slight reboot. What's up, bub?
Half God's asking where you can get the solder, leaded solder.
Oh, you can still get it at RS, Rapid, CPC. It is available. It is available. But be prepared to pay like somewhere in the region of 30 odd quid or something for a roll of 1/8 or something like that. It's not cheap. But there again, laws lead free, so it doesn't really matter. It all works out. But I mean, they say, oh yeah, well, you see, if you get something coming it's lead free, you can't use lead solder. Yeah, you can.
So what replaces the lead in there? There's still tin, but what's the other ingredient that's replacing the lead?
I think it's monkey shit, judging by the way it works. Well, for a start, it kills your iron because now you've got to run it at 420
It's all clogged up or something. Yeah.
instead of 360, so the tips wear out quicker.
Alright.
This sort of thing. The irons die quicker as well because you're going, oh man, really, you're really pushing me, boy. So yeah, I mean, by law, if you're selling something new, like for instance, if I released one of the EU rack modules, it would have to be done with lead free. I could not, under any circumstances, have leaded solder in it because of EU regulations, which is fair. That's fine. It's just that at the end of the day, lead free soldering is shit.
But do we still have to abide by the EU regulations on that though? Now
Well, if you want to sell in the EU,
I see.
yeah, and of course on top of that, no cunt's got any money here.
No,
We're all bloody brassic now, so you can't look at the second biggest economy in the world and go, nah, skip it, mate.
Nah.
Can you? So you got to go with their rules, and this is what's so funny about people go, oh yeah, we're taking back control. No, you fucking ain't, you fucking moron. Control of what? Fuck's sake.
Well, I just want Keir Starmer's clothing allowance. That'll do me.
Oh, I don't know. You know, because they're running the stories about Keir Starmer got this for free and he got that for free, and what's her face got this for free and all this. Okay, well, why are you surprised? That's how politics works. It's been like that for fucking decades. I mean, all right, the Tories. I mean, fucking, they're just better at it. You know, it was much bigger.
The Tories stole billions and gave it to their mates.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not just politicians, though, is it? Because famous people for a long time have been given stuff to wear. Do you think your newsreader who wears a nice dress, reading the news, she didn't pay for that, or he didn't pay for that suit?
Well, it's like those Oscar gift bags. They're richer than anybody, and they get these bags full of like thousands and thousands of dollars of free shit.
Yeah.
To push around.
Well,
it's like they can afford it. Make them buy the stuff.
Big bands getting boxfuls of T-shirts and stuff like that or clothes from well-known brands just because they'll wear it and be seen on TV wearing it.
Yeah.
And then the manufacturer can say, "Oh, so and so wore mine."
As worn by, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. I mean, the more money you got, the less things you have to buy.
Yeah, true.
You get more. You get given that. Yeah,
and that's how the rich get richer.
Yeah.
There's a great episode of Sopranos where the guy tries to go sell a script out in Hollywood, and they take him one of those parties. He's like, "Well, I can get all these for free. This whole room is stuff for free. What kind of racket you guys?" He's like a mafia guy. He's like, "What kind of racket you guys running here?"
Yeah. I know it's mad, isn't it? But there you go.
We're just disposable proles. You're right there, Biscuit.
Yeah, well, it's a scam.
It's all a scam.
It's all a scam. Yeah. But,
Keir Starmer is just a VST, though. In a shell.
Yeah, lead free. Because as I was saying, that's the problem with lead free. It dry joints so easily.
Although he's great at sausages, is Keir Starmer, isn't he?
And his dad was a tool.
You can tell what he was thinking about when he said that. He's thinking about his tea with his sausages. Dickhead.
Ah, mate.
Yeah. That must dislike him as much as Boris Johnson. That's saying something, really, isn't it?
But I mean, this whole cuts to winter fuel bills for the elderly.
Oh, that's a massive. I mean,
there's other ways. There's other places you can take the money back. It won't be popular with those
fucking
people.
Billionaires, there.
Exactly.
That's the thing that they should be doing, but they aren't doing that. I mean, the reality is that there'll be lots of. I mean, I've already said this before, but there'll be lots of retired people, pensioners, who are too proud to go through the means test. There'll be those with early onset Alzheimer's that can't do it and don't have the family members to help them through it. Yeah. And that's exactly what this so-called Labour government, which is clearly too right-wing, they're just clone Tories, I'm afraid. And I had quite a bit of respect for Angela Rayner until I saw her interview. I saw a bit of her interview with What to Call on Sunday with Laura Kunsberg. And I thought, and she's playing the I'm from a poor council house estate,
Yeah, well, at least she's not fucking Kemi Badenoch, who.
Oh, I know. I mean,
who says I was born in a middle class family, but I became working class when I started working at McDonald's.
Oh God!
Look at me, I've got my certificate of
I hope
working
to
class.
God that she doesn't become leader of the opposition.
No, I don't think she's.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
No, you'll get
it's
fucking
not the
Robert
people
Jenrick.
You can't blame the people that voted Labour in, because at the end of the day, they had literally, you had two bowls of shit to choose from, and one was slightly less offensive to the nose than the other.
I mean, I didn't vote Labour. I did vote Labour, yeah, but it didn't matter here because it was Lib Dem.
Yeah.
But so I did vote for the Labour guy because he seemed like a decent bloke who's local, But yeah, and I knew I was voting for the worst of two evils.
Well, the lesser.
Vote Simon, exactly. Simon for Prime Minister, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. But there you go. But you never get anybody of any with any sort of serious moral compass become prime minister because they never get into that position.
By the time they get I mean, I'm sure people go into politics for the right reasons, but you could say that about Tony Blair. He sold the country down the river.
Yeah.
They might go into politics for the right reasons, but by the time they get to the top in whichever party it is, they're corrupted.
Well, the other thing you got to remember is, you get to the top, you become prime minister. You're still not really in control.
No,
that's the thing. You are a figurehead, certainly, but the people who nobody ever votes for and are always there, run it all.
Yeah.
And they run it the way they want to run it. It doesn't matter who's prime minister or whose cabinet is in, or what your politics are.
Bloody civil servants.
Yeah.
And you see it every single day. You see somebody who is like totally against something, and then they get into power, and then they go completely in the opposite direction. Not because they've changed their mind. Their mind has been changed for them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But I have to say that put up with it or tear it down.
Yeah. The winter fuel allowance. Who the hell thought that was a good idea? Clearly the Treasury came from the Treasury, and he may well have been civil servant.
Well, the problem came from the Treasury, certainly, where they've gone, oh look, actually the Tories left us with this fucking great big hole.
And how often do they use that stick to beat?
Yeah, but here's the thing: nobody ever stops at that point and go, okay, so let's not bother filling it for now and wait until the spring. Because it was there before and it's still there and it will still be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah? Why have you got to suddenly fill it now by taking money away from people who are going to need it during the cold months?
Yeah, I mean...
So there's a hole there, so fucking what?
There is. That's brilliant. Yes, I have to say, if my mum was still alive, she would be exactly the sort of person that would need the winter fuel allowance.
If she's like my mum, you wouldn't be able to break your arm and make it fill in that form.
Yeah, my mother would never attempt it. It would have been me that did it for her.
Fucking equated. No, you bollocks to them. Yeah, she'd be like that. That's why I didn't. I used to have to come home for dinner from school. Because when they said that I was entitled to free school meals because my dad had died, she goes, I don't want free. No, he can come home and eat instead. So she just walk home at lunchtime, have me boiled egg and me Rivita, one of each, and then fuck off back to school again.
Yeah.
Every fucking day.
Yeah.
And they're going, oh yeah, we had, the beef with the cabbage and the bit. Yeah, and pudding. Oh, mate, it's that chocolate cake thing, with the chocolate on the top with the shaving cream. I go, oh, fuck, I used to love
that.
No.
There'll be a window tax next, won't there? You're only allowed
again.
One window in the house.
Well,
again.
That didn't. How long did that
That'll
last?
be a good wheeze.
The window tax was actually enforced. Was it late 17th or early 18th?
That's all right. Yeah, something like that.
It was before that, wasn't it?
Was it?
No.
I thought it was more.
I think it might have been late 17th. Because I remember my nan's house with all these bricked up archways on the wall. Go, Nan, what's that? She goes, oh, there used to be a window there because you used to have to pay for sunlight. And it didn't go down well. But guess who was exempt?
1696.
People with fucking great big mansions.
Of course there were.
Yeah, they didn't have to pay it.
Yeah.
Not sort of like, sort of like, oh, there's a way around it. No, they were just completely exempt.
Yeah.
1696.
All right, early to 17th then.
Mm.
Is it that far back? Oh, yeah, of course, my nan's house goes back to 15 something. Oh, it did until they fucking knocked it down, even though it was a listed building. They got round it, they go, yeah, we're leaving the front. They've just left the front wall. Knocked the rest of it down. Used to be an inn, apparently. Queen Victoria had actually stayed there one night apparently on her way to the Derby. Used to love playing the stables out in the back garden. Didn't know there were stables. There was hardly anything left.
Digging up bottles.
Yes, and getting radiation poisoning. I made the local paper with that.
Yeah, so see, the thing was, Kent for years didn't have to pay a lighting bill because he glowed.
I tell you what, I had these scabs right after the sores went. I had a, it was a perfectly round scab, and it went from here round there, like that. That fucking big, and that was on my arm. They were everywhere else. But yeah, no, it was news. Boy in the hospital with radiation poisoning. What the fuck?
Local boy glows in dark.
Yeah. Yeah, local boy has spider powers. Yeah, by the way, I didn't get any fucking superpowers from it, so that's a load of bollocks straight away.
Yes, but there wasn't a spider at the same time.
That's you missed out the spider.
Yeah.
You irradiated yourself without anything to.
So what is your
absorb.
special power? Well, I turn into face cream. Because I used to put radium in the face cream.
We did.
And stuff
You
like
did.
that. And they'd smear it all over themselves.
We saw a play, didn't we, this year about that? Really well done by a very young. I think there were school kids actually that did it. That, sort of 16, 17-year-olds, really, really good. Lots of them in the cast, but they told the whole story.
Yeah.
About radium, very, very well done.
It was radium tablets. You could take it internally. Yeah. You could smear it all over your face.
And the court case.
Water.
The court case of them trying to, basically the company just waited till they died. It's horrendous, really.
Yeah.
And then you go to the pharmacist and they give you cocaine.
Yeah.
Queen Victoria was a cokehead, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Not allegedly.
No,
She was.
Yeah, she used to go around at night knifing people. One is pissed off with you. One's going to cut you and leave you to bleed, bruv.
Stabs a guy, and then she walks away. The bloke goes, "I'm not amused." Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, well, all seemed like fun at the time.
Life is just a bowl of all bran.
Yeah.
Do you remember all, Bran?
Remember, it was downstairs.
They still make it?
Yeah. It's a bit more carbony than I can remember it.
It's too healthy for me.
No, it's not mine, it's Fiona's.
Yeah, it's James.
Yeah.
I just like bran flakes. But the all bran, it didn't look like something you could eat. It looked like something.
It looked like shredded cardboard.
Yeah.
Tasted like it.
Tasted like it as well.
Well, I don't have milk on cereal, so it definitely tasted like it.
Do you remember when Weetabix started selling a breakfast cereal that was basically all the broken Weetabix from the machine?
Weetabix, yeah.
Weetabix.
Yeah.
I used to love that.
That was a genius guy. Going, yeah. Do you know what we could do? We could sell this. Just give it a name. And people were buying the shit up like nobody's business.
Peak Friends selling boxes of broken biscuits. Made a fucking fortune out of them.
Yeah. Somehow they tasted better. Weirdly. Huh. Well, we might see more of that show up in the next decade.
Japanese markets. But,
Ooh.
you hear me?
In and out.
Wagyu. I remember eating 18 Weetabix in one sitting when I was about 13 because I really wanted a torch.
Yeah. And do you remember what your chest felt like that night when you were trying to go to sleep? Must have had heartburn. It would kill a fucking horse.
Yeah.
Go for it, Andy. See if your mic's working again.
I tell you what, this system's weird sometimes. It still sucks, huh?
No, you're right.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good now.
It sounds different. Sometimes I hear my feedback in my ear, and sometimes I don't. It's just this weird
Oh,
headset I
okay.
have. It's a cheap USB headset. I was gonna say Japanese markets do that with their fancy crackers. They have like good quality ones that are perfect looking, and they have ones that kind of beat up that are cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it ended up being a bit of a way of life here for us.
Yeah, why not? If it tastes the
Yeah.
same, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. A cracker tastes just as good in 2 pieces than it does in 1. That way you can eat more cheese.
I used to all bread as a kid. Just put some honey on it. It's great.
Oh man, that'd be like glue then, wouldn't it? Imagine,
Mind you.
imagine trying to swallow that. Fucking hell.
Well, you gotta
Well,
eat
we-
it fast before it gets all soggy.
Well, I did do a visit back to old breakfast cereals. I go, yeah, do you know what? I used to like breakfast cereals. Let's do it again. So I had like, sugar puffs and stuff like that. And every single one of them was like, ugh. She was going, what was wrong? I said, well, I've taken all the fucking fun out of them. I've got no sugar in them now. It's sort of like, everything is reduced this and reduced that. So it doesn't taste anything like these used to taste. So back in the 70s, you had a bowl of sugar puffs that you'd go for a week. Like fucking hypo for a fucking week on it. He said, now you have to put like, half a barrel of sugar on the fucking thing to get it to taste.
But a lot of those had more sugar than flavor, right? They didn't have a lot of actual flavor.
Oh Christ, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
My son puts sugar on Frosties.
Yeah,
Oh my
I
God.
do.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because they're taking all the fucking sweetener out of them.
No, they're sweet enough as Frosties.
No.
I know.
Do you guys have Fruit Loops over there?
Yeah.
Those are very
Yeah.
sweet.
What are you talking about? Ty's not here yet.
We didn't have Captain Crunch,
No, I'm kidding.
did we? We didn't have Captain Crunch. We
No.
could
You have,
read
you have
about
these scary
it.
ones like Boo Berry and the
Well, what else?
Frankenstein chocolate ones and all that.
Frankenberry, Count Chocula.
That's it, yeah, Count Chocula.
I don't think they made it here. We probably had our own variant, I suppose.
It was the smart way of making it fun, so kids didn't want just the sweet cereal. They have a character to look at. Like, ooh, I want that.
Now, what I used to love was the variety packs.
Oh, yeah, those little guys, yeah.
Loved the Kellogg's variety packs. You can have a different one every morning. Yeah, by lunch, like 5 of them have gone.
It's like
That day.
the Frosted Flakes that gets diabetes. It's great.
Oh, man.
I remember things like, and it's not breakfast cereal, but when the film E.T. came out, do you remember the packets of 3 custard creams they made that were like fucking glow in the dark colours?
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
God.
There's no chemicals in it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the fact that one of them was bright green.
Yeah.
I can remember how they tasted as well.
Yeah.
Odd.
Yeah. Off.
Back in a minute, going to make a cup of tea. Anybody want one?
No,
I'm
I'm good,
alright.
thanks. I'm
I
good.
got a
I'm
coffee.
good.
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Yeah, all right. Nice work.
I got some brown water, so I'm good.
All right, see you in a minute.
They don't know what they're doing down in Devon, do they? Brown
You always
water.
had to worry about packaged creamy things that sit in a case for days and days and days. No refrigeration.
What?
The shit they have to put in there to make it last.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like French fancies. I'm terrible with a box of French fancies. It's like rag to a bull.
That's why I bought 2 boxes of the fuckers up when I came to see you.
Yeah, yeah. I can't sit and eat one. It's just sort of like, what do you mean? Just eat one? Terrible, absolutely terrible. Even at my age, it's quite ridiculous. It's a wonder I'm alive still.
Haley's a nightmare for chocolate. Fucking hell. You know the big fucking dairy milk bars.
Yeah.
Give her one of them and it just buggers off. It's just gone.
Wow.
Are Oreos popular over there?
Yeah.
Have you seen the ones they sell to Asia? Because like the Japanese and Chinese don't want them as sweet. So they make special Asian Oreos.
God, no, that doesn't sound very appetizing at all.
Yeah, they're less sweet. That's interesting.
Yeah. That's probably explained why they all look so fucking miserable.
Ouch.
All like, oh, everything's like, ugh.
Okay, time for the schoolgirl thing. Do it again.
Yeah, no. No, I have to build up to that. I just have to, yeah, get there, you know. Oh, dear. Oh, God, you imagine. No, I do like Oreos very much.
I would like them if they're actually a little less sweet. They are pretty fucking sweet. I like sweets, but sometimes it's just
only
too
once
much.
you get to the second packet, then they start to get a bit sweet.
Well, then they have the double stuff where they have twice as much cream garbage in the middle.
Oh, I haven't
It's
seen
like-
them. Where'd you get them?
You guys don't get those?
No.
Oh man, it's twice as thick in the middle.
Oh, bring them
And
on,
they have ones that have
bitch.
like mint flavor, so it's like toothpaste.
Oh, God's sake. Wow.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, was it? I was reading yesterday about they were saying about don't let your dog anywhere near toothpaste. There's enough. I can't forget what it was now in toothpaste to kill 13 dogs. Okay.
Not heard about that.
Yeah. Somebody needs to tell
Is it-
Lily.
So dogs don't like stannous fluoride or something? What's the deal?
It's yeah. There's something that they have in toothpaste that is just massively poisonous to dogs. But you know they say chocolate is poisonous to dogs. Have you seen how much chocolate they got to eat before it's actually bad for them?
Well, it depends
You
on the
would've-
chocolate. Most chocolate is pretty weak, but if you get a pretty strong concentration of theobromine, that's not good for them. So
No, it's not. No, but they have to eat somewhere in the region of about 4 pounds of chocolate or something before it hurts them. Badly. But
and my boss at the zoo didn't care. He'd bring his dog by work and feed it chocolate donuts and stuff. So
yeah. Happy dog. Yeah, but apparently like one mouthful of normal toothpaste, like Colgate or something like that, will kill your dog.
no, I haven't heard of that one.
No.
But a lot of things you have to think about. People like there aren't too many Teflon pans anymore. But when you heat a Teflon pan, the outgassing from the Teflon will kill your
Yeah.
parrots.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there's a lot of crockery and stuff like that from around the 70s where they should actually have health warnings on. Yeah, no, I've heard this about onions being bad for dogs too, and yet my lot love onions.
yeah, they love
Onions. Onions, garlic. Raven used to devour fucking lasagna, and I loaded that with garlic and onions and shit like that. My God.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Mind you, having something like an Alsatian or a husky eating a whole onion, you go, ooh, and then if a Chihuahua eats a whole onion, so when you say dogs,
Yeah.
so breed must come into that
Well, she wasn't exactly
on a
the
scale.
She wasn't exactly the biggest dog on the planet.
Yeah,
Stafford. So
yeah, but she wouldn't fit into a blonde's handbag. Put it that way.
no.
Although I still can't get over it now. You see Nellie standing in the front room, and then Lily comes over, and there's only about that much difference between their head heights.
Really?
Yeah.
Fucking hell, she's.
Now she seemed to. We go. Looks like she's slowed down. She's not growing so much. And actually, what's happening is just her legs are getting longer, and her body's sort of like, no, we'll wait. And she's just going.
I gotta
like
step
this.
out. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy.
All right, babe.
See you
take
later,
care.
buddy.
See ya.
Yeah, so she looks like she's going around on stilts now. Got these skinny little legs, bless her.
Have you done your article yet, Rob?
I got through a chunk of it, so I haven't got so much to. Thing is, it's not being published till like first thing Saturday morning, but I can't do it tomorrow because it's like work and then show and then wine.
No, that's the part where you're supposed to go back to work, isn't it?
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
The other day I did a full day and then went and had some dinner, came back in here, didn't come out until midnight.
Wow.
But hey, it pays for things, so spent.
Well, this is
Well,
it.
this week alone, I've bought Cubase Pro, I thought, fuck it, at that price, might as well. And then Ty says, look in your account, you've got vouchers. And yes, I have vouchers. So I was able to buy Wavelab Pro for a great 70% off.
Yeah.
And then I saw Absolute 6, which is their big plug-in package. And that was 70% off. And I thought, oh, okay, go on then.
Yeah.
And put that through in the business. And then, can't remember what spurred me to buy the legs for the thing. But again, yeah, business, stick that through.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah, well,
So I spent a lot of money this week.
I don't think I
And
spent it.
I finally spent my birthday money.
What did you
Whee!
get? What did you get?
I'll show you. Hang on.
Got a birthday card to himself. Oh, hello.
Live unboxing.
Selection of coloured house bricks. Oh, right.
Apparently, the whole
It's an inflatable Debbie Harry.
now apparently, if you unpack the rest of the box, it's a full-size Debbie Harry standee. But I don't know.
Full
if I can
size, you say?
well, yeah, kind of.
Hole in the middle.
You watch, I'm going to drop this fucker.
Can it kneel? Oh, wow, look at wow, look at
Can it
that.
kneel?
Bloody hell.
Wow.
That is a collection.
It's the first 6 albums,
Yeah.
plus 4 additional LPs of period recordings, a 10-inch EP with early sessions, a 7-inch with exclusive tracks, 2 books, in total 124 songs, 36 previously unreleased, and it's fucking heavy.
Yeah, look at it.
That's what Jack had the ump about earlier. She had to cart that fucking thing in.
So do you actually intend to open it? Or it's
No.
that's its state?
It will get opened when I have a chance to listen to it, which will probably
Right.
be at the weekend. Although saying that,
So you're not the sort of collector who would go, right, now that goes under the stairs.
fuck no.
No.
And I'm not one of these collectors
Not
who buy
either.
2 copies. That's one for the collection and one for listening to. Oh, fuck that shit.
Yeah, not that
I
price.
don't either.
Because my view on that is that somebody else somewhere has been done out of, buying one. If you buy 2 of the bloody things, it's just fucking greedy. Nah, everything I buy gets played. What's the point of fucking buying it?
It's like cars. It's like cars, isn't it? You know, people who buy cars and then just stash them away and don't use them.
Or guitars. Guitars, the same thing.
Since they're meant to be fucking used.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always hated restoring synths that I know are just going to sit in some, vacuumed glass case somewhere. Really annoys me. Go, well, why bother getting it repaired then?
Yeah. 2 copies of 52nd Street. One of them's a normal one. One of them's a half-speed master. Both of them get played.
See, it's like Thompson Twins have just announced a reissue of Into the Gap, and I absolutely love Into the Gap.
I got
Yeah,
2 copies.
that's a good album.
I've got 2 copies of that. I'm going to give one to my youngest.
Well, I've got an original vinyl. I've
I
got
had 2.
an
yeah.
original
I do too.
cassette, the double play cassette, which had all of the instrumentals and the remixes on side 2.
I've got on the box. They did a box set.
Oh,
2 years
of all the
ago.
albums, yeah.
4 albums. And
Yeah.
They put all the cassettes on that and the remixes, which is great. It's funny you should say that, Rob. I was listening to that the other day.
It's a great album.
Absolutely brilliant.
My dad used to, because when my mum and dad split up in 80, they split up in 82, and Dad would come and pick us up at the weekends when we lived, because we moved here into Suffolk. So Dad would come, and I remember, sort of a couple of years later, I had Into the Gap on this cassette, and I would just insist that from the drive for ours back to his, that we would listen to this and we just had it in auto reverse. And it's just ingrained in my brain. I love that album.
I mean, I was into Thompson Twins when they were 7-piece.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I fell in love with them at that point, and then bought Set was the first album I bought.
Yeah.
On vinyl, and then
It was a
bought
Product of, wasn't it?
Product of was the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, really. When they say, I actually remember my drama teacher lending me Quick Step on cassette.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. It's a brilliant album.
Yeah, and she had to threaten me with detention to get it back.
Yeah.
Not before we made a copy of it. Oh God. But Justin, just hold up the sleeve.
Yep.
Or even the center. Hold up the record center. So you see that logo?
Yeah.
I hand painted that onto my bedroom wall. That's how obsessed I was. I mean, and it was giant fucking thing.
What was that bass sound?
What on Thompson?
All of them.
Well, Thompson was mostly Oberheims with a Prophet 5.
I've never really properly recreated that bass sound.
The drums. For ages I thought the drum machines were Lynn, but it wasn't. It was a what's it called?
DMX.
No. It's just gone out of my fucking head. Big orange thing. Dave Stewart used one.
The
English
drum
drum machine.
computer?
Momentum.
The drum computer.
What the bloody hell was it called? Fucking hell. Movement.
Movement. Yes.
That's
There you go.
Yeah.
The movement drum computer.
Not momentum. Movement.
And apparently they had it was all a movement, but they got the guys who made it to sample other sounds in, and then because all the sounds came on cards, and you put the cards in this thing. And when you listen to the drums on both Quickstep and Into the Gap, they're just incredible.
The songs are great on both those albums.
Bailey's a brilliant songwriter.
Yeah.
It's all very.
Because he did some experimental stuff in the last few years. Have you heard any of that? Because that's pretty good.
I heard a little bit, but I was just.
You weren't gone on it.
No.
Yeah, I know. It's not my boat to anybody else's.
They lost me when they did the follow-up to Into the Gap. Here's to Future Days.
Yeah, I wasn't too keen on that.
It's almost like they got too kind of poppy and
Yeah.
Whereas Into the Gap was still a little bit
Yeah.
just over there. It was
I seem to have a very misty kind of memory of something going wrong, a gig getting cancelled, and somebody disappearing back to Ireland or something.
Possibly. I know Tom had a bit of a. Did he have a bit of a breakdown?
There was a bit of a wobble, and he went back to Dublin or wherever it was.
Probably tax, yeah. Because eventually he moved back to he moved to New Zealand with Alana because they were an item for.
They were a
while.
couple, yeah. Then they split up.
Then they split,
yeah.
Well,
Did
nobody
you spend
stays
time in
together,
America as well?
Possibly, yeah.
No.
Yeah,
that one too.
There you go.
Oh, that is my favourite. I have to say.
So they've just reissued. Well, they've announced this reissue of Into the Gap, and it's I think it's a half-speed Abbey Road remaster on the vinyl, but it's just the 9 tracks.
Yeah.
But they have brought out a double CD with a whole bunch of extra stuff, some of which has not been released before, and they've done a Blu-ray with Atmos on it, which would be quite interesting to hear that. But they only reissued. They reissued it a little while ago. There was there's a vinyl label that just did classic 80s reissues. They did some Ultravox stuff. They did Thompson Twins. I can't remember the name of the label now, but they did Into the Gap about 6 years ago, and it's a remaster, and it's very good. But I've got now, so I'll have sort of half a dozen copies of that, in various bloody forms.
Yeah, well, I've got, like I say, I've got two vinyl copies, and the other one, first one I'm giving to me. I listened to both of them. They're both in pretty good condition. Because what I used to do was, I used to buy an album, play it 2 or 3 times, and then record it onto a Nakamichi cassette deck. back in the day. So awful lot of my vinyl hasn't been overplayed. You know, and I obviously don't remember buying 2 copies, but I will have done at some point. So Josh is going to get that because I did give him a Dire Straits album.
Oh yeah.
And he went, I've already got that.
It's a blast from the past. I remember going up to a hi-fi shop up in town where they used to do this sort of like a January sale, but it was February or something stupid like that.
Yeah, February sale.
And it was my mate wanted to go up there, so I went up with him. And it's like record store day, where this queue went down this, this private road for about 600 feet. People waiting to get into this tiny little corner hi-fi shop. And we got in there, and they had, what was left? There was a Sharp vertical record player.
I used to sell them. I remember them. Yeah.
But there was
Linear
a Nakamichi. And you just when you said Nakamichi, you reminded me, because it was the Nakamichi he was, well, he thought he might be able to buy. But it was a gold-plated one.
Yeah.
They
did.
like
That was the top of the range one. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like $3,500 for this thing. And they were doing it for, I think it was 2.4 or something like that. And he'd gone in there, on the hope that what he could do was do a hire purchase plan and come home with this thing. And the bloke behind the counter went, no, like that. It was the whole day.
There was a time when I used
standing in the road in the rain for him to go, no.
Yeah,
don't do HP.
Because I didn't own a Nakamichi, but I worked in a hi-fi shop, which we had I think it was a 990. Was there's the black one, the black Nakamichi. It was close to the top range. It wasn't the gold one; it was the next one down.
Yeah.
And I remember, I back in the day, I used to be able to set everything on it, so I'd be able to set the azimuth and all of that sort of stuff. And I've lost that little skill now. But and they did sound bloody good for a small tape.
Yeah.
I'd always use a metal tape on it as well.
Well, around that time, all the Technic stuff was starting to really take hold, and Sharp were getting worried and all that sort of thing.
And I had a top of the range Iowa cassette deck, which was pretty good. Very underrated at the time.
Yeah.
Weren't they something to do with Sony, Iowa?
Iowa, yeah, I think they were. Yeah. Almost like a bit of a spin-up, I think.
Yeah, but you were Mr. Big Bollocks if you had a Bang & Olufsen.
But Bang, from a sound point of view, B&O was never that great.
No.
The
very
box,
stylish.
they build the box first and then put the gear in it.
Yeah.
And the sound quality was always a compromise.
Yeah, the style over substance marketing rule. Yeah.
No.
I've still got some B&O speaker stands. I've got
Steady.
a pair of B&O little spiked stands. That's all I've ever had. I remember there was a B&O shop in Norwich, and we used to walk past and just like stop and just marvel at these wall-mounted things and thin speakers, and we're like, where's because speakers were deep, and how are they doing that? It was crazy. Looked amazing, and then you look at the price tags and you go, go back to your epoxy or whatever.
There was this thing about not having a big bass speaker and a mid-range and an acoustic with a lens. It was about having loads and loads of tiny little speakers. You go, you won't believe how brilliant it is.
I always remember because when I ran the audio clinic, we used to buy and sell second-hand gear, and B&O never held its price.
Really?
It didn't.
It's also the styling dated quite quickly.
It did. So 3 or 4 years later, it didn't really fit in with whatever.
It's very 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the mistake I made was when I sold the business, I should have bought a Revox, because we sold Revox. And the Revox amp and cassette deck and tuner were bloody good, along with a B77. And I should have just bought them. And in fact, the engineer who worked for me, that's exactly what he did do. And he's still got them and they're still working.
Yeah. 'cause the B77 was never really replaced, was it? They just sort of like
No.
just veered away
No.
from the format, and then
No,
never
they did.
got.
There was an
Never got anything
A77, which was
better.
the one before it, and then they did an A700, which was meant to be, I think, a pro machine, but basically it was an A77.
Yeah.
But I remember going down to Boreham Wood to the factory to Revox, Studer, as it was, you know, another day with them there. They used to send us to become a Revox dealer. You had to go on 2 courses. One, your engineer had to go on. So Neil went down, I think, for 2 days down to Boreham Wood, and as a retailer, I had to go down as well. And it was a good day out. You know, left really early on. You know, drove down to Boreham Wood. You know, and they give us a tour of the factory and what they were working on, the studios and all that sort of stuff. It's fantastic, really. It was quite close to the film studio down in Boreham Wood.
Yeah, Elstree.
Yeah, I think it was almost next door, but don't quote me on that. Time might have twisted my memory. You know, but
My mum's old bus route. Back in the day when actors used to actually ride the bus to work,
yeah,
and they weren't pestered.
Gentlemen, I'm going to pull an E and I'm going to go.
Oh,
all right, love.
okay, babe.
See you all later.
Take it easy, matey.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, if we're talking hi-fi stereo equipment,
Yep.
I have to show off my Pioneer cassette changer.
Oh, is it the one that flips out?
No, that's an Nakamichi.
It is an
This is-
Nakamichi, yeah.
Yeah, this is one where you've got a regular deck on one side, but you can put 6 cassettes in the other side.
Oh, the loader, yeah.
Yeah. And then on top of that, no, the one that automatically flips is the Nakamichi RX202.
Somebody else did one as well. It might
Yeah.
have been Sony. It's either Sony or I were also did
I think Sony did one.
Sony.
I
Yeah.
think it was
Yeah.
Sony, yeah. Have vague memory of it being a Sony.
Yeah, I found a video of the Nakamichi doing the auto reverse. It's just,
Yeah.
it's absolutely brilliant. It's in the private chat.
Absolutely bonkers, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
The whole front of the cassette thing is shaped.
Yeah, it comes out and then you'll see it actually turn the cassette over and then
Yeah.
pop back in. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we were talking about that like last year or something.
Oh, man. No, I always wanted one of those vertical
Yeah.
record players. And then somebody said to me, oh, they warp your records.
They didn't warp your records, but
No.
the arm mechanism wasn't brilliant.
Yeah.
But it had to, and obviously to play in the groove, it had to be kept pretty rigid on the rail. You know, so you know the way that things like Ariston turntables and Lin LP12s work is actually the best way to play a record.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you're going to buy any turntable, don't buy an LP12, buy an Ariston RD. The 80, it's the one above the 80, which is basically is better than a Lin LP12, which is the one everybody raved about.
And they still get very passionate about the Lin owners are
Oh yeah.
very snobby, aren't they?
But I mean, the trouble with an RD80 and a Lin to that matter is you need to set them up properly. I actually can still do that. I haven't done one for a long time, but I have still got the memory of how you need it in a proper turntable rig
Yeah.
to be able to set it up properly and with the right arm, you know. I mean, my little Thorens, I had a hell of a bloody job getting the shims to get the arm height because I can't adjust the arm up and down on mine. It's fixed.
Yeah.
But I had to buy, I've told you this story, I had to buy these ridiculously plastic shims for something like 25 quid. They're only bits of plastic to get it to the right height, you know.
Yeah.
And I bought my new 80 quid cartridge, which
I'd, this friend of mine, Michael, his name was, he was really, really stupidly into his hi-fi. He spent his entire wages every week on hi-fi related stuff. And when he was renewing his system sort of like unit by unit when the money was available, and he had loads of HP running as well. But he was going on about he had these new speakers and they had gold-plated
connectors,
wire connectors,
Yeah.
like wire screws with gold-plated screws as well. And I went, oh, okay. But I'm just looking at it from a sort of like generally interested kind of way. And I'm going, but it's still connected to copper.
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
sort of thing. And he goes, he says, yes, but I have some gold wires coming.
God, you know, I mean, I used to have to keep my mouth shut because,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, you want to sell stuff, especially when it was less of an issue when I had my own shop, but when I worked for Lasky's selling some top end hi-fi, which Lasky did from time to time, I'd have to keep my mouth shut in the demonstration room because, you know, and let the customer convince himself that what he was listening to was better.
Yeah.
Because most times they weren't. When I had my own shop, I would be honest and turn around and say, you know, don't buy this. Don't buy the solid core cable. You want a stranded cable, and you want the more strands is better.
Yeah.
You know, because things travel round copper, not through it, and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah, but I mean, he done this thing where he had kitted out his room. His bed was in a really weird place, but it was ideal. That's where it needs to be. And he tried to have as few soft furnishings as humanly possible in the room and all this sort of thing, right? And he had these acoustic lenses in the corner and all this sort of thing. And then he had got an amp that had the gold-plated this, that, and the other, and the cassette deck and all the rest of it. And at that time, I was doing my panel beating apprenticeship. And I'm learning about different metals and stuff like that. And our friendship was tested when I turned around to him one Saturday and he's playing, I think it was Dark Side. I think he was playing Dark Side at an incredible level. We're talking about, it's all about these gold connectors and this, that, and the other. And he's got this set up and that set up. And I said, it's weird because I'm not quite understanding why you're using gold connectors. And he says, because it's a better conductor. I said, well, no, silver is like 4 times more conductive than gold.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, fucking hell, that went down like a lead balloon. Fucking hell.
There's so much. I mean, do you remember when CDs came out? They were 14-bit at first, and you used to be able to get a little disc that you'd stick on the actual CD. Remember these?
Yeah, yes.
To it was supposed to fix the flywheel effect.
No, yeah.
When it was running, it would the actual disc would do that every time.
Yeah.
But people were putting them on, and it absolutely made no difference at all. They were saying, the bass is so much better.
Wasn't there a myth also about you using a felt tip pen or something?
You
I can't remember exactly what it was.
You used to buy them as well, and you'd run the felt tip pen around the edge of the disc to increase it. Yeah. The best one, and we managed to debunk this because Mission Electronics brought out a CD player, and Neil had to work on one of them because it had gone faulty, and inside it was this black lump of whatever. You know? So we broke it apart, this bit, because we were trying to fix it, and we think, well, we need to know what's in there. It's completely sealed. There was nothing in it, and Mission at the time had done loads of photographs of saying this is where it improves the quality.
Where the
Magic happens. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the magic
Exactly.
happened. Yeah, and there was absolutely nothing in it. It was literally just straight through. In fact, all there was was one cable going in, connected to another cable, and then this block of resin or whatever it was put over.
Scam.
Yeah.
That was a
Scam.
scam. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, You've reminded me of an argument I got into on Facebook where a guy was talking about the reason that the Tonus ARP 2600 sounded better is because they encapsulated the modules mounted on the board. And he's going on about it and everything like that. I said, well, no, that's not why they're encapsulated. It's not for heat dissipation. There's nothing heat dissipating about fucking burying the electronic components inside granite. Fuck off. And all sort of, this fucking hard tar stuff. I said it was about not allowing other companies to know how the modules worked and what components were involved. I said that's all that was. It's got nothing to do with heat dissipation. Where the hell did you hear that? Sort of go, oh, well, you know. I went, yeah, nothing, mate.
Yeah.
Not scam. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it when they say that. You go, so what you know? Little.
It's funny because I've had to buy a few bits and pieces for the hi-fi this year, and all of that sort of bollocks is still going on.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's
time.
actually part of the whole.
It is, yeah.
Process. It's part of the hobby. Is to, follow different trains of thought.
So you get people paying like £1,000 for a 1 meter digital cable, and it's not even. I mean, it's digital.
I've got
ones and zeros.
Yeah, that
somewhere,
one and that zero couldn't give a fuck one way or the other what they went down.
In a box
because it's
somewhere,
a one and zero the other.
Have a one. It's a 1 meter phono lead, right? Made by Monster Cable, and at the time, so this is the 80s, it was the most expensive lead you could buy, and they gave it to me, to basically because we were selling Monster Cable speaker cable, and they gave it to me and said, "Oh, try it and see what compare it." And we compared it, and it was better than the sort of cheaper cables, but it wasn't great, Well, not I can't even remember. It was like 300 quid or something like that at the time. It was ridiculous amount of money. And I've still got it somewhere,
Yeah.
but I don't use it. It's oxidized.
But I mean, you've had the same thing with specific cables. You had the cheap ones. You had the very, very expensive ones because they're low loss.
Yeah.
What loss?
What
Loss?
interference?
If it sends a 1 and it doesn't receive a 1, the fucking computer goes, "What the fuck, dude?" If it's working, it's receiving it.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just like, no, stop it. But
Monster did a cable that was 100K.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
I don't think this was. Maybe this was. I don't know. But it was a phono lead.
It wasn't better. It's just so people can say, "Yeah, I've got that one."
Yeah.
Oh wow, you
Half
spend a lot of money.
Is that? Is,
yeah, a lot of it is.
these people with
Look how big
I
my
can
dick
understand
is.
power cables because certainly different countries have different dirty you get dirty power
names,
and so using a power cable and a power conditioner I could understand for that kind of balance but other than that, I mean, these glorified speaker cables and people that I know, if Ty is watching, he's probably frantically trying to finish it to come on here and tell me I'm talking bollocks.
No, because I've had that conversation with him.
Yeah,
No, it's Stegosauruses tonight, and they're quite big. He'll be working late.
Good stranded cable. I mean, 79 strand is a cheap cable. What QED used to do. You can still buy it. It's perfectly all right if you've got an average system. If you want something a little bit better, still a stranded cable. Doesn't need to be anything more than copper strands. But, double that will be fine. You don't need anything more than that.
People buy these little things. They're like little... They sit on the floor and you rest your cables because it...
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah. It's crap.
It's
absolute
all
crap.
fucking
Mind you, you're paying 100,000 quid for a cable,
You don't want to get it dirty on the carpet, do you?
You want a gold-plated box to put it in.
I mean, getting your speakers off the floor is paramount, really.
Absolutely.
If you can't, I mean, there was a time when I couldn't afford a pair of speaker stands.
No.
So I put them on bricks.
Exactly. I was going to say,
actually, bricks are really good, especially something like an LBC brick where it's got holes in it.
Yep.
Because the mass of the brick helps. You need lots of mass with speaker stands.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what I used to do. I used to put them on bricks.
Mind you, bricks are also one of the most unsympathetic things you can find in terms of resonating. They don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it very much,
Yeah.
do they?
They were perfect for as a speaker stand.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when in the last studio, because I had a pair of, I've just sold them actually. I had a pair of, I think they were Atacam speaker stands, which were filled with shot, right, very heavy, but they weren't the right height for ear level for in here.
Yeah.
So because I needed to get them up, I bought some breeze blocks. So they were on breeze blocks, and then put the speaker stands on there. Perfect, absolutely brilliant. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, these aren't perfect because these speakers, they're on a small wooden stand, which is actually a Yamaha stand, but it was never meant to be. I think they were given free by Yamaha at the time, actually. So they're not ideal. They could do with more mass, but they are actually on the desk, you know. But actually, you know, the IK Multimedia studio,
The Arc Studio, yeah.
Arc Studio is doing its job. Because it's made them sound better, and it's also made the AR-18s on top of them sound better, because they are definitely in the wrong position. They're supposed to be up against the wall, and I can't really put them up against the wall.
But like you say, you make a good point about power conditioning, about how important that is. Because
that is important. Yeah.
after finding out how actually dirty the UK main system is, it is fucking. It's everywhere. I had no idea. It can range between 200 and 260. Constantly, and it's like that all over the fucking shop. I mean, because I got one of those T-Rack power conditioners down there, and the LEDs on the front saying what the juice is coming in, and the end of that meter's just doing this all fucking day long. And 6 o'clock it does that, and then comes back again.
Their ovens on.
No, it's where they switch to nuclear. When they switch to nuclear. In the evenings, and it like that, and then it comes back again. It's all like, yeah, there'd be a few fuses around there going, "Oh no, don't like that." Yeah, I mean, smooth power is everything, especially with
which JBL
analog.
Which JBLs have you got?
Oh, my JBLs, CF125s. No, CF150s. So they're big.
Yeah. I don't remember them actually.
I've got a pair of Celestians in the garage. D something 9.
I used to love. Is it the L50s? The quite old 80s from the 80s. The JBL L50s.
I was terrible, right? I had JBLs, and if you asked me what they were, I'd say they had white cones. It was the reason I bought them.
They all had white cones.
That was the only reason I bought. Wow,
Still
white
got my
cones.
JBL Control 1s somewhere in the
I mean, JBLs are great for rock music.
Oh
They're not so good for classical, but they're great for rock music. Proper JBLs, you know.
I still miss my Oratones. How fucking sad is that?
I love my little pair of Oratones.
I loved my. They were the original Mark ones, and they sounded great. I loved them.
Mine are not original ones, but they're they're not a copy. They are Evertones.
Yeah.
I had to buy a pair because I couldn't just buy one, and I didn't want to buy a powered one because they're mainly powered now. I wanted a pair so I could put them on a channel on an amp.
I love my Bronze 6 downstairs though. They are
and they work great.
Fantastic.
I mean, for mixing, I still listen to them and compare with them rather than using. I know there's an emulator in the studio, but a proper pair of speakers is every time really. In fact, I've not been using that to check. I'd rather use a proper pair of speakers than a pair of headphones.
Yeah.
So these me Tannoys, System 8s, main speakers, AR-18s, and a second pair of hi-fi speakers. Oh. And then Oratones and me Sennheisers.
There's my JBL.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they look familiar.
Yeah.
Hang on, that should work better. Yep, so those are my CF150s.
Yeah.
They were given to me. And they sound absolutely brilliant. Nice thing is if I go into here, you can see like frequency response, all that stuff. Yeah.
It's a pity you can't get it out the corner.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I don't listen very loud in here, and this is such a tight space.
Yeah.
I don't listen loud
I
in
mean,
here anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Um,
I'm a big fan of acoustic research speakers and Roy Allison Acoustics.
Wolftail Diamonds. I remember them.
And Wharfdale Diamonds were a really good budget speaker.
Yeah.
80 quid when they first came out.
Yep, so there's my cassette changer.
Oh, yeah.
So you just stick 6 tapes in on this side, and then you've got a single well over there. And I got a Marantz changer up here, and then my turntable.
Do you know what I was?
It's a dual 1264 from
I
1979.
Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah,
Well,
so
it used to
That's a
make me
good
laugh.
turntable, actually.
Every time I needed to
love
get
this
a new pair of
turntable.
headphones, they sounded horrible.
That was so much better because the big dual turntable over here was the 505, was it?
yeah.
Plastic body though. I mean, that was the problem with it. Everybody bought it, but it was just plastic chassis,
Yeah.
not wood. Needs to be wood
And
with a heavy
then,
platter.
so jazz stuff down there, and then all my. It's hard to see this. All my rock and pop stuff up here. There's 5 shelves of it.
Wow.
Yeah. And then over in the corner, it's hard to see. 7-inch, and then
Oh yeah.
some more jazz stuff down there. Yep. I want to say I spent probably $300 on that turntable,
Yeah.
and I couldn't tell you what they're going for now. I'd have to look it up on.
What cartridge are you running?
I'm just running a basic Ortophon. I do want to, and it sounds great for it for this table. I do want to try the 1895.
Get the 1895 VE, yeah.
Yeah.
I was never a
The
fan.
green one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was never a fan of them, to be fair. I always found they were a bit bright. I put a Autophon OM5S, is it? I think.
Yeah.
Just bought one. The idea being that I can upgrade it easily. So next time, so a couple of years' time, I'll run it for 2 years, then replace the stylus and buy a 10 or a 20. But I can also buy a 78 version.
Yeah.
And although I don't have many 78s, but I have got 78s on the Thorens.
Yeah.
And I would rather play a 78 with a proper 78 stylus, because you'll ruin the record if you play it with a normal stereo. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Audio Technica brought out the new 95, the VM95E, and I've heard people say that can outdo styluses and cartridges like 10 times its price. It's just like it's 50 quid.
Yeah.
And I've got one. I had one on my Reloop, which I've now put into storage, but I want to stick it off because I've got a project. I've got an Autophon 2E or something on there.
Right.
But I'm very inclined to put the Audio Technica one.
I went from a Pickering 625 cartridge, which I'd had for quite a long time, and changed it to the Autophon because it was due to be changed, really. And that's the one that had the little brush on the front, which I always quite like the little brush on the front.
Yeah.
Once you set it up properly, it was always fine. It polarized people saying it was too heavy and all that. It's bollocks. It was fine. It kept the records clean. So I bought a brush and put the Autophon. But the Autophon, it sounds so much better than the 625, which really surprised me. I wasn't expecting that, and that's probably the fact that cartridge technology has moved on a bit in the last 20 years.
But the one thing I like about the 95s, the Audio Technica, if you buy the cartridge, you can swap the styluses over, or the styli, and they do like 5 or 6. So they do a nude, they do a one for 78s.
They'll do a conical. They'll do elliptical and a conical.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, so you can just you can buy the cartridge, and the cartridge is, and then you just buy these little.
That's exactly like the Autophon range, the OM range now.
Yeah.
And that's why I went with them, because the other thing was I was finding it hard to get Pickering style because Pickering's part of Stanton.
Right.
And here, I mean, it'd be different in America, but here it's getting harder and harder to get Pickering style. for cartridges.
Oh.
So
What's
it's
the-
better to move to something where it's fairly,
Oh, your video's caught up now.
who's-
me.
No, Robbie.
All
Oh,
right.
it's it done again, is it?
Yeah, you had a little
My
drop
only
out, and then
criticism
you were behind the video.
Of,
and then it
of
caught up.
Autopon is that I spent 70 quid. I spent 70 quid on a cartridge. They gave me one set of screws and not enough screws to actually pack the cartridge to the right height.
Yeah.
And back in the day, they used to give you the shims automatically for different cartridge heights.
Yeah.
But no, you just get one set of screws, which I couldn't use. I had to buy a whole different set of screws. And when you're paying 70 quid for a cartridge, the least you could do is put
Yeah.
You'd think.
few bits of plastic in it and a 2 or 3 different, lengths of screws. But that's progress, I guess,
Right.
or profit, should we say?
The price of things don't surprise
No,
me anymore now.
no.
Do you know what? I bought screw cups.
Screw cup.
They're little aluminium cups that when you put the screw in and it just
Oh yeah.
Oh,
so they're used on things like the Oberheims and stuff like that, right? Now I bought some for that called PS 3200, right? And they come in the little bags. So and I had to, I think altogether there was about 40 and split into 2 different sizes. How much do you think? We're basically talking about fancy washers here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
270 quid.
I'm going to say, is it more than 100 quid?
Yeah, £270. It's like, no, I want aluminium ones, not fucking gold ones.
But if there's nobody else doing them now, and that's half, like you were saying earlier about capacitors and things, if nobody else is doing them, they can almost charge what they want.
And do.
And do.
And
Exactly.
do.
Yeah.
Now, if I bought them, I can buy them in black plastic, right? And that's much more widely used, apparently, than metal ones. But that'd still be like nearly 45, 50 quid for washers, essentially. What the fucking hell's going on?
World's gone mad.
The world stopped manufacturing. Just going,
Yeah,
let
well, they
China
have,
deal with it. Let them do it.
Yeah.
It's mad. And it's the same for all this stuff for yeah, but AliExpress, I mean, they're getting it all from China anyway, aren't they?
I've never used AliExpress. Like, I've never used Temu.
I
mean,
I keep hearing about people ordering stuff from like Etsy and AliExpress and all that, and go, never showed up, never arrived.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, I just think they're doing so much. I mean, certainly Temu are doing so much advertising and all this crap about, they'll sell you something really, really cheap, but you have to download and install the app and all of this business. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I've not bought much on Etsy, but I've bought odd bits and pieces, and it's always been fine.
Yeah.
Etsy. But usually, they're usually things that have been local sort of stuff. That's
Yeah.
I tell you what I bought off Etsy. I bought a little pack of knobs for everybody needs a knob, don't they?
Apparently.
So I bought a load of knobs.
I know Fiona needs a new one.
Hey, for that, these knobs.
Oh, I know the puppies. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they came as 4 knobs
Yeah.
and 2 of these. Two. Where's my camera gone? 2 of those
Yeah.
and a little stand. And I think it was somewhat like 15 quid. And I thought it was good value. And they turned up. I don't know. I think they came from the UK, but I can't be sure about that. But that was bought on Etsy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it is that we make anymore.
Well, we don't make very little.
Yeah.
Actually. Sadly. And who do we blame? We have to blame Thatcher in the 1980s when they killed our manufacturing base.
Well, a lot of car manufacturers went down the bog roughly about that time as well.
And they were all bought out by The Germans and the Japanese.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
the
mean,
Germans
half
are
the
bums,
reason
aren't you?
our British car industry was suffering was because they were trying to compete with the Japanese market.
Yeah.
Not unlike what Behringer is doing now.
Mm.
So it makes it very difficult for America. I mean, if we're thinking of being a synth manufacturer, you look at the market now and go, how? Unless I move out to China as well.
Or you become very, very boutique.
Well, that's what Uli did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and he can sell the stuff for that price because he did that.
Mm.
I don't know. Doom and gloom.
We're doomed, Captain Mandarin.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's funny because
Very British there. Just
Yeah.
sorry.
But but they're very doing that. Going, oh yeah, our economy is suffering. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. You destroyed everything that actually economies are normally built on.
Yeah.
Well done. Because I mean, you can't run an economy if you just because basically the UK is what lawyers and insurance brokers. That's fucking about it, isn't it? Bit of
But even the
banking.
little sort of the boutique retail shops are struggling now.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily
having a shop is a problem.
Yeah,
with
well,
it.
it is. I mean, and having run 2 shops in
Yeah.
my lifetime, you can't just sit and wait for people to walk through your door. You've got to do other stuff. So you've got to sell online. You've got to do whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
To turn everything
Which is
around.
not 1,000 miles away from just doing online and be done with it and not bother with the premises.
Yeah.
It's
interesting because because we've still got quite a bit of sort of small musical instrument type stock. Froome do have a thing called the independent market every month, right? So I said to Jim, well, why don't we take a small stall? I think the cost of the stall was something like 30 quid for the day. Basically it's a table out in the street, really. They wouldn't let me. They don't want me, which I thought was rather interesting. So they don't want something that's quite boutique in one sense, but we've got things like fridge magnets and key rings and all of that sort of small music related stuff. Because I'd bought literally a load a couple of years ago, and it is going, but it's going very slowly. But it was really interesting that they didn't want us to actually. They didn't want our money.
Yeah.
And it does make me wonder what happens, when they've got an independent market and all of these stalls come in to the town once a month, and it brings in lots of people. How well do the normal businesses do?
You might get a reasonable percentage of passing trade from it, but that 9 times out of 10, that's not why they're there. No. They're there for whatever.
You can come anytime to look at those shops.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
it's.
I know that when Pocklington had its market every Tuesday, all the people on the market street, we were further down, so it didn't really affect us, and we weren't, But everybody complained about the fact that those days business was terrible because everyone was coming to the market but not going in the local shops.
Yeah. Because there was a time when practically every town would have one little converted shop. Used to be a wool shop or something, and it becomes a pet charity shop. Selling bric-a-brac and shit like that for 10p and stuff like that, and everything goes to the local dog's home.
Yeah.
And they can't afford to run those shops.
No.
Even with the charity concessions that do come with that, just the ground rent enough, they can't make the money from it.
No.
It's just no matter how many people are coming in and buying stuff, because everything's like 10p and 50p and stuff like that.
Yeah, and how many sales do you need to do to make a quid even? It's like 10 sales to make a quid, isn't it?
And then of course you've got the dogs' homes going, we don't get half of the after the donations we used to. Yeah. It's all connected all up in the same ball of shite.
Mm.
Yeah. There used to be a charity shop next door to us. Well, but one. When next to my nan's house. And it was, for raising money for dogs and cats and stuff like that. And they had all sorts of stuff in there. And I went in there one day. Well, I used to go in there regular, and I used to help out as well when I stayed at my nan's for the weekends. And rooting around in there, there would always be, stuff from the 50s and stuff. They're clearing out attics and stuff like that. And had the eagle annuals.
Oh,
And
yes.
there was a stack of these eagle annuals, absolutely immaculate, and they were like 10p each and everything. So I went back to my nan and said, "Can I borrow? What was it? I think £1. I think it was. Can I have £1? I want to buy some eagle annuals." She went, "Yeah, okay." Gave me when they were still paper, and I gave them the £1 and had these eagle annuals, and God, it was hours of fun, mate. With Dan Dare and the Meekons and all this. Yeah,
absolutely.
Reading the stories and all the rest of it. It was great.
Yeah.
What fucking chance you got doing that now?
Well, you find them in a sort of antique stall for about £300.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Per annual.
Per annual, yeah.
Oh, they got the rare 1954 one,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of the magic and charm's gone out of it all now.
Certainly has. God, I'm depressed now.
Yeah, I know.
I came here to be cheered up.
Oh, okay, here you go.
Not pissed off.
Go on, say something funny.
Ah.
Go on, say Not you. You're all right. You like this giraffe, don't you? You like the smell of this giraffe. Think about it. You won't chew it.
It's a banana. Actually, that's just taken me back. When I was a kid, I used to have a Popeye, rubber Popeye.
Oh, right,
yeah. That smell of banana.
Yeah, because they used to do that with certain of those sort of like spongy foam toys, wasn't
rubbery,
it? And they put fruit smells into them. Yeah.
It just took me back to being, sort of 5-6 year old and having
No, but you talking about hi-fi. I fell into this trap of I had this pair of headphones. I'd had them for ever. They were Sharps. Were they SD something?
I don't remember. I don't ever remember.
Little red badge here. You used to buy them from Boots.
Oh yeah, with a volume control.
Yeah. And then I upgraded to these Sennheisers, with the yellow Sennheisers.
In fact, they were a pair of yellows, and they're blue now. But that's exactly what they are.
Yeah, and these were the nuts, mate. Right?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
And I had them for donkeys. Like replaced the cable, and then I replaced the head, and then I replaced the foam. Then replaced the speakers, and then replaced the cable again. Then over a course of many moons, right? And these headphones went on forever. And eventually, I had to, they died to death altogether, and then you couldn't buy them anymore, and they certainly weren't £10 anymore.
No.
And I went to these Sharps, and I had them for donkey's years, and perfectly happy with them. And then, of course, eventually they died to death. And ever since then, it doesn't matter what pair of headphones I get, they always sound awful. They just always sound awful, right? And when I got these HD400s...
Are they Sennheiser HD4?
No, HD600s.
600s, yeah.
Yeah. And, I'm completely happy with them. But in the cupboard, I have an immensely expensive pair of headphones. I think Ty recommended them, but don't quote me on that.
Of course, they're going to be expensive.
They were very expensive, and I hate the sound of them. And I do know that but if you carry on wearing them, you get used to them, and then they sound brilliant. Yeah, until you have to buy another set of headphones, and then they're going to be too tinny, they're going to be too bassy, they're going to be whatever, until your ears adjust. And it makes me think like it's just this whole hi-fi thing is just what you're used to.
You're right, because if you listen to your horror tones, your Abatones,
Yeah,
and if that's all you listen to, you get used to them,
yeah.
and they sound so much better after you. I mean, I
It's
made
almost like your brain. If there's gaps,
Yeah.
the brain fills them in
yeah,
when you listen to music
yeah.
or whatever it is. So I
Well,
mean, I know that physically those headphones. I can't remember what they are, but I remember they cost a fucking arm and a leg. Are far superior to the sound of these.
Yeah.
But when I listen to them,
600s.
they sound like shit.
I've got the 650s, and I've had the 650s for 15, maybe even 20 years.
Yeah.
Really. And I can wear them all day. I mean, I bought them because it was a time when I couldn't use my studio monitors, and I needed to. I wanted something to mix on. Really, that's why I bought them, and they were expensive at the time. I think about 300 quid, but 300 quid 15 years ago for a pair of headphones was silly money.
Yeah.
But they were one of the best investments I think I ever made because I really do know them really well.
Yeah.
There's a little app you can put to get to match the curve, frequency curve, and they're absolutely brilliant.
Well, it's
You
just
know, and
weird.
I'd buy the same again, or the modern equivalent.
Yeah, well, I mean, when Lily did the pads in and bit the cable in several places and everything like that, oh my God, it's like I'd come back to one of my children who'd been eaten by wolves or something. It's like, ah! And for a couple of hours or so, but a day and a half, I had to use the really, really expensive ones and I hated every single second of it. And then, got the plug-in. Because sometimes it's about the way they're designed and, like you can buy a cable and just plug them back in.
Yeah, that's such a
not take it all apart and then have to solder cabling and all that bollocks. Yeah,
I mean, these Sennheiser whatever these are. These are HD 435 Manhattans. I've had them for years.
Yeah,
they're cheap and they're foam pads, and I think I'm on the third set of foam pads with these.
Yeah.
I've got another pair up there, but actually they're something else. What are these? These just say Sennheiser. They don't say what they are. HD 210s. They're even cheaper, but they're actually the pads on them are quite uncomfortable. So I've covered them with like an aftermarket pad. Really.
Yeah.
They're only. I wouldn't critically listen to them, but actually, when I'm working with people and recording stuff, and working on headphones, although they're open, there's not a lot of bleed through on them.
Yeah.
Although I've got a pair of Shure headphones, they're really expensive. I didn't buy them. I won them in a thing down in Exeter, probably about 10 years, no longer, 15 years ago. Most uncomfortable headphone on the planet, but they are enclosed. So for a singer, they're perfect because there's no bleed through at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they, you wear them for half an hour and your head's in a vice.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Like the old plastic headphones you used to get in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are those headphones? I'm going to have a look and see what those headphones are. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Or a pair of DT100s.
DT100s are studio regulars, aren't they?
Yeah, as far as I know.
I've used them in loads of studios. Never owned a pair, but they're comfortable to wear all day if you're in the studio.
Yeah.
And they sound good enough, certainly. I'm not so sure I'd want to mix on them. Hey, Machine.
Yeah, I got a couple pairs of AKG like lower end ones, but I love the way they sound. These are K72s. I've also got a pair of K52s. I had K240s for a little while. I was just not a fan of the semi-open kind of thing because where I'm up here, I can hear a ton of traffic and stuff. And when I'm mixing, I want to be able to hear like every last little detail.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is I've had these for a while, so I've gotten really used to them.
Yeah.
And I think that's the most important thing is knowing
That
your
is the most
speakers
important
are.
thing is to get a headphone that you actually like wearing and they're comfortable, but you've had them long enough so that you know what they sound like. It's like a pair of
Right.
speakers, isn't it?
Yeah, you listen to
Yeah.
a bunch of stuff on it and
Yeah.
then get yourself familiar. Like,
Yeah.
I start with an album that I'm, familiar with.
Yeah.
Like for example, where are you? You are right down here. I start with this Toto album.
Oh yeah.
It's just brilliantly recorded. I want to say it was Elliot Shiner that mixed it, but I could be very, very wrong on that. I know he did a lot of stuff with Toto. But that's even the album that I use to tune in a live sound system when I go out because I know it so well and it's just so perfectly recorded.
Yeah. For me, it's Talk, Spirit of Eden.
Yep.
I mean, you can hear the hiss on the tape, but actually, I know it so well. And Phil, what's his face, who mixed it, did a really good job because it's up,
Yeah,
it's fantastic. The drums sound great on it.
Oh yeah, so I'll either use that if I want to, test something older. I'll go to that.
Yeah.
Because even on this, you might be able to hear a little bit of tape hiss or whatever. But so those are like the two that I go for, and there's a third one. That guy right there.
Don't know that one.
Alan Parsons Project, Eye in the Sky.
All right. I think I had a greatest hits of Alan Parsons, but
It's the Eye of Horus. Isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't find those bloody headphones now.
Okay.
But I did notice there's a
you might
EPS
have
16 in there.
Might have that one.
That's the one I've got. Exactly. Exactly.
So there's that one, and then there's a second volume as well.
Right.
That's even harder to find. But yeah, those three albums, Toto 4, Toto's Tambu, and then Alan Parsons' Eye in the Sky, those are like the three that I go to test the sound system.
Yeah.
Keep looking at that PB12 screensaver. Yeah. Just do, hold, now back, do, hold.
What would be really cool is to see it play Pong across like those the Matrix buttons. Actually, it'd probably look better on the Matrix Brute.
Draw a picture of him knocking balls and see what sound it makes.
Good album. That's well mixed. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Oh,
Tears for Fears, Seeds of Love.
oh yeah.
That sounds good.
Don't give him ideas. No, I already did. Janet Jackson Control.
Yeah, I've got Control.
Oh yeah, Off the Wall and even Thriller. Both of those are amazing.
Yeah.
Well, if you got Quincy Jones and Bruce Swedien, that's like Dream Team number one.
Mm. It's that one.
Yep.
You're muted, Rob.
Yeah, you're muted.
Yeah, it's XTC Skylarking.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's the Atmos because they Andy Partridge was like overseeing their sort of surround remixes, and they did like 5 or 6 of them on Blu-ray. But they were the surrounds were just like Dolby 5.1, DTS 5.1. Now they've started to reissue them as Blu-ray. So yeah, Muggins here goes and buys.
Of course you do.
Because you gotta have the Atmos mix.
Yeah.
I used to love XTC. I remember buying A-Sides and Beeswax.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I got that on vinyl.
I think my favourite XTC. Oh bloody hell!
I've got a few, but I don't know what.
None such.
None such. That's it.
Yeah. because that's got Ballad of Peter Pumpkin.
Yeah,
in
it has. Yeah.
which is just brilliant. Obviously, the classics like English
Yeah, English Settlement.
Settlement. God,
Yeah,
my
I've got
memory's fucked at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, bands like them and Prefab Sprout. And
Have you
those kind
seen
of
the?
classic?
I think it's on YouTube. I saw it a long time ago. It's like a studio documentary, and it's almost like a whole movie of them recording. I can't remember which album it was, and it's just absolutely fascinating.
Is that the one where they're using an Atari ST?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I can't remember who the producer was, but they just took the piss out of him because he was loaded and they were poor. You know,
This one, because didn't they use what's his face?
I want to say Gus Dudgeon, but I don't.
Gus Dudgeon, yeah.
It is Gus Dudgeon.
Yeah, Gus Dudgeon.
Yeah,
Elton's,
look it up
yeah.
because it's a really, really good insight into the making of the album.
Because this one was Todd Rundgren that produced this one.
Yeah.
Because the famous thing about this is that when they originally released it, and it's kind of one of these things that's gone into popular myth, they got the polarity wrong on the stereo mixes. And some people say, "Oh, that was just Todd," and other people say, "No, it was a fucking mistake." So on these Blu-ray reissues, they've rectified that, so it's now the proper polarity. But before you could only get it with this opposite polarity thing. So I've got Thin Lizzy turning up tomorrow.
Yeah.
They've just released 3 of their albums on Blu-ray.
Just filling it.
Best biscuits out.
Give up then.
But yeah, it's a kind of three classic Thin Lizzy albums.
Which one? Which 3 classics then?
Let me tell you, I've forgotten now.
Probably like Jailbreak, Johnny the Fox.
Yeah, we'll say I've got Jailbreak.
Yeah, one is Jailbreak.
Jailbreak. I don't think I still got it. I had it on vinyl originally. Jailbreak.
Black Rose.
Black Rose had that as well.
Yeah. Only other one I can think of is Johnny the Fox.
Yeah, I think that might be the other one as
And
well.
then
I never had Johnny the
Because
Fox.
they've done Jailbreak and Johnny the Fox. They've done that on a double, so you get both of those albums on the Blu-ray. And then
Chinatown. No.
They used to have the live album, which
bought them all together.
apparently wasn't very live, was it? There was lots of fuss about it, if I remember rightly.
So what? Here it is.
Is it Live and Dangerous?
No, it's Jailbreak. Yeah.
Is that Jailbreak, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Hang on, no, Jailbreak, Johnny the Fox, and there's another. I'm sure that. Oh, was it Vagabonds of the Western World?
I've not heard that.
I don't know.
Yeah, Vagabonds of the Western World. The thing is, I do this. I buy stuff, and then I just forget what I've bought, and then I'll get this message saying your thing is shipped, and I'm like, what the fuck's that?
Well, that's a nice surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I used to list everything. Every time I bought something, I'd write it down on a list and then cross it off as I got it. Because I ordered something, completely forgot that I'd ordered it, and then was reminded, and I thought, oh, didn't I order that? And I checked through my emails, and I never got the fucking thing.
Because you sent me that email about that book by the guy who did all the Talk covers.
Oh yes,
I did order. That's not coming out until November, I think. Anyway, my lads have said they're going to buy it from. My birthday was last month, but they're going to give me it as a birthday present when it eventually arrives, which is quite nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't bought anything in probably a year. The last thing I bought was I.O. when that came out.
Yeah, I still haven't gone through my I.O. box set and played that yet. Because, again, buy the CD, the Blu-ray, then the box set, which has got the vinyl and the CDs, the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
And of course, you subscribe to Peter Gabriel's Bandcamp, and you got everything.
Yeah.
Anyway, as and when it came out, he's releasing some more good stuff on there.
Yeah.
Which is always good. Did you hear the new Cure single?
No.
It's, if anybody can get away with a 3.5 minute instrumental introduction to a song, the intro is like 3.5 minutes before he even starts singing. It's Robert Smith. Because I didn't notice it. I'm sat here listening to it, just sort of like, just taking it in.
Is Roger O'Donnell still in the band?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, well, we had a fight.
So did I.
On Twitter, and he blocked
Me too. Me
Oh,
too.
you too?
Yes, brother.
Because I met him at some show years ago, and he seemed like a decent bloke. And then we started communicating. He was being a complete cock on Twitter.
Yep.
And I told him he was being a cock. Although we'd communicated before that, and then he started to get really abusive, and then he blocked me. So
yeah. I think I started following him on there years ago, and as you say, he started to be a bit of a bell end, and we hadn't really. I mean, I think he might have replied to one or two of mine, and I replied to one or two of his tweets, and there was nothing more than that. And then he started to be this absolute bell end, and so I just put this little post up saying, I think it was something like really simple, like they say you should never meet your heroes because they end up being total bell ends. Looking at you, Roger O'Donnell. And I don't know if he replied or whether he just blocked me, but yeah.
Oh, he replied to me and then blocked me, the twat. Yeah.
But no, I didn't like anything that he was being a dick.
Quite like the solo stuff at the time.
Yeah, that said, musically, and if Robert Smith's cool with him, then all right, fair enough. Yeah. But because this is who is it? It's Smith, O'Donnell, Reeves Gabriel's on guitar, and I can't remember the other two guys. But it sounds epic. It's kind of like a 6.5 minute song, so with a 3.5 minute intro. But when he gets going, it's just like 16 years. It feels like he's been away for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. It's really good.
Are they Talk albums, Justin?
Yeah, Man with Beer was mentioning them like that. Yeah, I like that one.
I've got that one.
I really like this one.
That's the really early stuff, isn't it? But it's great. They're great albums. Yeah. I've got that on vinyl, but it's actually that. I don't play it. It's in there. But and I don't have an awful lot of Talk on vinyl, but I've got everything on CD.
Yeah.
Apart from I haven't bought the latest. They've just brought out a broadcast bootleg album, but I've got all those bootlegs on MP3s. And I've had them for years. He's here.
It's disturbing when he wears that dressing gown. It's really fucking disturbing.
Yeah, it's quite scary, isn't it? Yeah.
He's like some sort of London gangster nonce, isn't he?
Jabba the Hutt.
You can just imagine him sitting there going, "All right, love."
So more disturbing than watching me just rip through a incredibly difficult chord progression.
Yeah.
Bring me another little boy. His face looks exactly like that AI thing that Steve made.
Yeah.
That face you were pulling just there, mate. Seriously. Yeah. Hello, Ty. You're muted, by the way, so we can't hear what you're saying. Which is good.
Probably just as well.
Yeah. Still muted.
Is that better?
That's it. We can hear you now.
Yes.
Good.
All right, sweetie.
I'm all right. Thank you very much, Ian.
Good.
How are we all?
Lover?
We're good.
Hey, Robbie. Good. Good.
How are you? Have you finished yet? Are you still?
Oh, fuck off.
I thought you'd be able to knock it off in like half a day, surely.
Oh, go on, Robbie. Oh, sorry. I thought you were just queuing up a joke for Robbie then about knocking one off.
No, it did go around my head, and I thought,
of course
I can't think of anything
Robbie.
Quick enough. It's too late in the day.
Actually,
do you know what I said to Kent earlier on? I said, "There's no point. There's no change in the conversation. It's going to be the same conversation right through to next March. Every conversation we have will be exactly the same." Nothing changes. Nothing. It would just be slightly further, closer to the end. That's all it'll be. But
Just assume that until May, he's still up to his nuts in the Triceratops.
Yeah. Are you coming to the
That's
meal on Saturday night?
He is.
He is. Has he paid his deposit?
of course, I have.
Good man.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
making
Type
sure.
bars, I was hoping
Yeah,
he'd
things
pay for
aren't
the whole
that bad
fucking
yet.
thing.
Yeah.
Azio Head, why do you do it? Your job seems horrible.
The Ferrari in the garage?
Yeah, the Ferrari.
It's not only that.
The
It's not only
trophy
that.
girlfriend.
No. Whoa! That's, I'll tell you, that's getting
Hippie's
passed
going to
on.
slap you when she sees you at Synfest. You know that.
Bloody
fucking
hope
will.
Yeah.
No, it'd be
Look,
trophy.
I'm going to film it.
No. It's really simple. The bottom line is,
There'll be no Santa.
That's the best one yet.
oh, that's good.
Come and sit on my lap, little girl.
Even I'm going with that one. Yeah. No, look. The thing is, it does mean that yes, there are periods like this where you basically have to fucking kill yourself to do it. But it then means that, like next year, I can basically take the year off if I want to. I mean, that's the bottom line. I kind of work my and also the fact that
Just
at
not
the end
this
of the
year.
day, yeah, just not this year, but next year.
Yeah.
But the other thing is though, you've got to imagine there are plenty of us that I've told I don't hate the job at all. I hate the deadlines. The job's fantastic. It's the best job in the world because I sit on
The
my
people are
arse.
cunts.
And I get to do what a lot of us would dream to do, which is basically get paid stupid money to write music, to sit here with all this gear and mess on it 24/7, and I get paid stupid amounts of money to do it. So that side of things is great. The only thing that I hate are the deadlines. That's literally it. I don't even hate working with the twats. You know, they frustrate you, but that's not the problem. It's only the fact that the only bad side about it is whether you're in the mood or not in the mood, you have to deliver. That's basically the bottom line. That's the only shit bit of it. Is the fact that if I'm feeling shit, if I really don't want, I want to be doing anything other than writing music. If I've got a deadline, I have no choice. I have to deliver. That's the only shit bit about it. The rest of it is but yeah, I can understand why the outside looking in, it looks like it's hard work though. But that's the thing. I don't have a problem with hard work. I've said this before. Anyone that knew me before, when I was, I'm going to say up to my kind of mid 20s, I was beyond lazy. I mean, I was unbelievably lazy. So anyone that knew me then and now knows me can't kind of see the same person in that regard, because I was the laziest fucker on earth. And yet now, then I kind of just turned into a bit of a workaholic. But I'm not a workaholic now. I'm literally doing this so next year I can do fuck all.
Yeah.
So
Yes, it's the nature of this job, isn't it?
It's the nature of the beast. And the fact of, the other thing is about this particular job is that I did very little. I was trying to take time off the months before this. And remember, I took the end of 2019, all of 2020 off. These are the kind of the good things that you can do. And I was going to be taking this year off, but this opportunity was just a good one to do. So rather than taking this year off and working next year, I've just worked this year and taken next year off. That's the bottom line, really.
It's like being a prostitute. You get to deliver no matter how badly you feel.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The thing is now, because I've done it for so many years, is the fact that I've just got a kind of, I've said it before, I've got a system where if I'm just not in the mood that day, I'll just work by numbers, basically. And the problem I've really got, though, is the fact that so many times I'll work by numbers and just give them something that I know for a fact from day one, from literally the moment I start on the track, I know exactly what I'm going to do. and it's just going to be me on autopilot. And so many times me on autopilot, they're trying to go, oh my God, we love this track. It's the best one. And you're thinking, oh, for fuck's sake. It's just, but I've had to work on that for years. That's the thing. The amount of years that have gone into having that ability to do my version of autopilot. So it's, that's something you have to spend years mastering.
Yeah.
It still doesn't mean there's no loops in there. There's no fucking MIDI packs. There's none of that kind of shit. It just means that I know I've got my harmonic language. I know what chords will work with what arrangements, with what sounds, and I just go into deadline mode. That's all. But then you have the days where it's completely opposite. Like today, for example. I was just experimenting, trying stuff out, and over the last few days. I mean, yesterday I spent all day doing 30 seconds, and the day before that, I think I did a minute. So it's really, there's at the moment there's no immediate rush. Talk to me in January, and then well, you won't be talking to me in January. No one will see me in January, February. I'll just be, it'll just be.
Yeah, get a bit intense, won't it, in 25?
Yeah.
For the first part of it, anyway.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's fine. It's not, it's not.
Yeah, it's for good cause. It's for the dinosaurs.
Can I say the good cause? The good cause is my fucking wallet. That's what the good cause is. It's not for the fucking dinosaurs. So
you got a lot of work to bring down to me, haven't you?
Oh, Ken, I've got so many fucking synths to bring down to you.
Well, all the more reason to get your wallet filled.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of. Although, according to whatever his wanking name is, obviously they're overpaid for all of them because they're all.
You've been scammed.
What an arsehole. I mean, honestly, what on earth? I mean.
Hey, come on! He is the '80s. Come on.
Can I just point out, just as an aside, has anyone actually looked at any of his? Because if you look on his thing, you can go and look at. He did a gig. He made a big thing saying it's the first gig he's done in 20 years, and it's a gig. It's just in a bar. I mean, it's all. Don't get me wrong. The film, the filming values. It's great. It looks great, but it is literally just a bar with like 12 people in it.
I don't even know who he is.
But that's not the problem.
I heard something about that event today. Somebody, a very lovely hardware manufacturer, who is pretty much a one-man band with a couple of other people that help out. Mm-hmm. We were having a chat today about this whole thing, and he said, "Yeah, he's an absolute because he asked me to give him free gear." And when I asked what it was for, he said, "Well, because I'm doing this gig and I want 2 of everything. I want redundancy." And he expected this guy to give him this thing. I'm not going to say who it is or what it is.
Yeah.
And he came back. He said, "Look, I'm not that set up to give away something that's worth a lot of money, a couple of grand. Just give it to you." And then he went off on one and then blanked him ever since. I've also heard stories about him and his sample, because he does sample libraries for. I forget the name of the.
Does he?
One of those sample library sellers. That have that sell sample libraries from different people. They approached him to do stuff, and he spat his dummy out about a whole bunch of stuff, and I think he signed some exclusivity deals and then started selling that content on his website as well. And he's just a.
Well, all I know is I've watched him over the years, and when he talks about retro gear, as I said, because I ended up having to write a comment on the actual post itself.
Oh, did you?
Is that I had to, honestly, just the amount of every time I watched kind of comments about it or watched a bit more of it, it was just like fuck me. And so I mean, I've enjoyed watching him when he's talking, because there's a lot of common ground there, because a lot of the synths that he's had or got or whatever are synths that I've had or have got. So I've watched some of that, and don't get me wrong. Sometimes, I mean, I sat there thinking, you're talking shit. You know, you're talking. As I always say with all of these things, everybody in the world has it totally entitled to their opinion. Everybody, but it should always come from a place of knowledge. That's all. That's all. That, you know, if you don't know, if you don't have that knowledge, shut the fuck up. That's the bottom line. And when you do have the knowledge, then come back and we can have a conversation about it. It doesn't matter whether I agree or disagree. At least if you come from a place of knowledge, everyone's on a level playing field.
Yeah, but Ty, you're part of the synth mafia, so.
Oh, yeah, fun. So I've watched some of these, but I mean, the thing is, I mean, first of all, when I watched the video, there was so much shit spoken, and you know, plenty of people on here have had dealings with synth companies and relationships with synth companies, and I've had them over the years with a load of synth companies I've had inside knowledge of and dealings with and whatever, and I know what they go through to bring a synth to market, and I know what their markups are, and I know the procedure, and I know all of that, and every word he was saying. I mean, think how many times I've been on here about the whole Behringer bollocks, where I've just sit here going, I can't tell you, you know, I really can't tell you, because there's so much industry stuff that's within the industry that can't be spoken about realistically. But we all know this exists. We all know it's there. But he's just talking from a place of, like, he basically just spoken to a few of his mates, and a few of his mates have gone, yeah, you're right, yeah. And that he's based his entire knowledge on fuck all, basically. He has no idea. He literally has no idea. And so I just thought I had to make some comment. And his reply was, I spoke about you. I mean, basically, I put this whole thing, and then at the end I put, basically, go and talk to some people in the industry, then come back and make a follow-up video, you know. And he replied with, I spoke about you at the beginning of the video. I was spot on. And that's basically when he turned around and said there are people with a large synth collection and they don't write any music. So I just replied with, I don't produce any music, ? You know? And it was just, I mean, okay. But the thing that really just triggered me then was I then watched the video of this gig where he's playing to a dozen people in a bar somewhere. And it's unbelievable, because basically what it is he's playing a few covers, but then his original material, it's not even substandard Pet Shop Boys. It's not even a B-side to Pet Shop Boys circa 1986. It would be the demo that never got released because it was too embarrassing. And there's just a stream of those. They all sound like they're recorded in 1986. There's no progression. There's nothing about the arrangement. He has no playing ability. He has no arranging ability. He has no writing ability. And then he spouts shit like this. And it's just like, okay, that's fine. And then all I hear is exactly like you've just said. It always comes to the surface where people turn around and going, "Oh yeah, he's a total dickhead." We all know he's a total dickhead. But yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, I'm just going to say, man with beard, you're not. The thing is about things like the Jupiter X, that I'm not saying it's not overpriced. There are plenty of synths that aren't quite what you would want them to be. But the reality is, if you actually strip it down to how much it would cost Roland to produce that synth, they're not making... anyone that thinks that synth companies are making shitloads of money are totally delusional. I mean, totally delusional. They do not make shitloads of money. We need to understand that this industry is, when it comes to synth manufacturer, is so small. We think it's big because it's our world. We think it's huge because it's our every working day for a lot of us. We deal with synths and we integrate with synths, and that's our world. We talk to people about synths all the time. The reality is, as an industry, it is minute, and for something to bring something like the Jupiter X to market, they are not making. Believe me, they are not making a lot of money on a synth like that. I mean, even just, I've had long conversations because I know the people, I've known had dealings with people at Roland. Even the fact of, the discussion about, because I always have the discussion about why you're making 49-note keyboards instead of 61-note keyboards, because I don't want a fucking 49-note keyboard.
Yeah,
but it's all to do with, because I'm there going, this is years ago with me going, but it can't cost you that much money. It's not just about the keyboard having those extra keys on. It's also the physicality of it, which then means it's the packaging of it, and it's actually the distribution of the bigger packaging and the size of that and the storage of that and the transport from Japan of that. There's all these things that we just think, just stick an extra octave on top, but there's a reason why they don't do it. And when you actually strip it down, I've had dealings with them, I've had dealings with Yamaha, Modal, fucking Dreadbox, Analog Solutions, the list goes on. They all say exactly the same thing. It's not just what we perceive as something little, that it's always the knock-on effect in everything. And so the reality is a Jupiter X is not, to say it's just a VST in a box, fucking hell, that's like just turning around and saying a car has just got 4 wheels. It's the same as any other car because it's got 4 wheels.
Yeah,
it doesn't work that way. There's so much more to it. And so, the level of ignorance. I tell you what it basically is. It's basically like a school kid. That as I was watching it, I was thinking, this is literally like a 16-year-old teenager that knows fuck all. It's letting him have his say on the subject matter. So,
it's the first time I've seen his channel, and I'm not going to watch any of his videos after what you guys have said. So I'm really glad I've missed him, actually.
Just to understand how much of a cunt he is.
Right. Well, I'm not going to watch his live in Norway bloody video. Maybe it's is it live?
It's worth from an amusement point of view. It's worth watching. Honestly, from an amusement point of view, it's worth watching. But but the thing is, what I don't get, you see. But again,
I'll have a look at the scam video.
This is just a problem that I have with. If I'm honest, this is what I have a problem with the whole thing, the whole influencer thing, the whole YouTube star thing, is the fact that, exactly like you said, basically, if you turn around and basically say something totally cuntish and totally irrational, and you just know it's going to stir people's shit up, but you're doing it so that you get clicks.
It's got 22,000 views on it.
Exactly, whereas normally it gets next to nothing. He gets a few hundred, maybe 1,000. But, the fact that he's now said that and he's getting... which basically means, remember everybody, he's making money from that. So every time you're clicking and watching that, you're giving him money. And that as a concept, to say something controversial and just with the sole purpose, realistically, of doing, getting that, is just bollocks.
It's a type of scammer talking about scams.
Yeah,
exactly.
He needs to learn that TikTok is the future.
Tell Robbie that.
I've told Robbie that.
Well, come January, we're going to have it in the US, I think.
I've also told Robbie that my TikTok views have dropped dramatically from my 5 million that I got in August to an average 600 a video. 600 to 700 a video.
No, I didn't watch the video, mainly because I'm 62 in December. I've got fucking better things to do.
I do, yeah. So top list of sin scammers, okay.
Yeah, but it's just anyway, there we go. So
there we go indeed.
I think I did say something. Was it Kent or the show or something? I said something about. I know I didn't say it on the show. I think I might have put it in the chat or something. The fact that I got a scammer to tell me to fuck off, which I just honestly, it's one of my proudest. I'm not having you on. It's one of my proudest achievements. Because basically, this guy from O2 called to offer you, kind of they turn and go, hello, sir. I'm not going to do the accent, but basically an Indian guy, and he calls to say, how's the, how are you today? And this is like 7 o'clock at night, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm okay, thank you. How can I help you? And he said, I'm calling from O2, and we can save you tonight. We can save you 30%. And I just turned and went, look, I've no interest in upgrading my phone. I've no interest in changing my contract. If I do, I will call you. No. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm going to save you 30%. And he turned and went, you have to listen to me. I went, I don't have to listen to you. No, you have to listen to me. I will save you 30%. And I just stayed quiet. And then I turned and went, if I want to change anything on my contract, I will call O2 in my time when I want to do something. No, you couldn't. I went, look, it's fine. And he was there going, what is fine? What is fine? And I said, it's fine that I will do what I want to do when I want to do it. So have a lovely evening. No, what is fine? What's fine? I said, so have a lovely evening. I'm going to put the phone down now. And the guy just turned around, oh, you're just talking shit. Fuck off. Put the phone down.
Yeah, I've had one of them with the guy going, I am from Barclays Bank and all this sort of thing, and I went namaste, apakasa here to him. Click. Works every time. Go, fuck. He speaks my language, but leave him alone. It's the only fucking Gujarati I know, whatever the fucking thing's called. But it's normally enough. It puts them on the back foot.
You get guys here like say, I'm Michael from Omaha, Nebraska, but he has a heavy Indian accent. I'm like, no, you don't.
Yeah, we've had that. Yeah. Hello, my name is Michael Eden. Yeah, of course it is, mate. Yeah. All right, Mike, how's it going?
This is Windows technical support. We think you have a virus on your computer. Oh, really? That's funny because I'm still using a TRS-80.
Yeah.
You have a problem with your internet? Yes, I do.
Ken heard my. I sent. I
don't have internet. Period.
Do you remember the? Do you remember the other night when I was trying to do? What was I trying to do? Cross between Stranger Things and.
Oh yeah,
Hitchcock. Yeah. So I sent the track.
Nailed.
To Kent.
Nailed. Fucking no. Because I played it to Fiona. I said, right, what do you think this is? And she hit the stranger straight away.
Well, you can't miss it.
With no problem. You can't miss it. It's sort of like a wet kipper straight in the face, isn't it? I said, right, what was the other influence? And she's listening. Is it? And there was one point where she went, oh, Hitchcock film. I go, well done, girl.
Yeah.
She got it. Yep, she got it.
Like Bernard Herrmann Hitchcock or something else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just out and out. But yeah, out and out Herman, but you kind of then try and mix that with Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
and
good.
it's funny because you listen to it and you go, this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
And then it
shouldn't
does.
Work.
It shouldn't work. And then you go,
but
yeah, I can see how those
Herman's
work.
amazing.
Yeah.
You done an excellent job. And they loved it.
They did love it.
He had range to even do the Taxi Driver soundtrack.
Say that again, sorry?
Bernard Herrmann, they had range. He did the Taxi Driver soundtrack, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, absolutely. Mm. But, back to Spinosaurus now.
The eight-legged one.
Yeah, I did. Do you know? I said to Kent, I did T-Rex. I did a T-Rex yesterday. That was, I have to say,
couldn't reach.
I mean, we've all. It was an awkward day. I was there for fucking hours.
Fucking hours. Go. What do you mean high C? Fuck off.
Yeah. Have I told you that? I must have told you the story about after I had the car accident and with the mouse ball. Have I told you about that? About the mouse?
I think you did, but
does anyone else? Does that ring any bells with anybody? It's just an amusing story.
Regale us again, anyway.
Yeah.
So you remember when I had the car accident? I was going to say, did I ever show you the car accident?
Yeah, I saw the picture of it around the tree.
Okay. Well,
which motor was this?
That was a TVR. So I had that, and I was working on.
Not really surprising.
It was called. I think it's called The Last Day of Pompeii, and this was on a. I think this was on a Friday. I had the accident, and I was meant to deliver on a Monday. And after I'd had the accident, I called the producer on the Saturday and said, "Slight problem. I'm in hospital. Don't worry. I haven't killed myself quite, but I'll be a bit delayed in getting the tracks to you. Anyway, it turned out I was going to be it's going to be weeks before I could do anything. But they were great. They stopped the entire project so that they waited until I could finish the score off. But skip forward however many weeks, so I'd come out of hospital and I had my arm in a sling like this, and the producer, I couldn't go to any meetings, so the producer and the team had to come up to me in the Midlands, and they came up, and the only way I could work was I could only play with my left hand. So if ever anyone ever gets the chance to see, it's a good program. It's called The Last Day of Pompeii. There's a lot of trombones and cellos going on, and there may be a slight lack of high violins.
Yeah,
and when it was basically me kind of leaning over the keyboard with the transpose as far as I could, try to do. But there's a lot of bass stuff. It's a very bass heavy score, if I'm honest. But the only way I could do it was I had the little laptop mice, whatever they are. Yeah. So they're like little mouses. I basically had one of those that was basically gaffer taped to my T-shirt. Okay, and because I had the sling here, so I was like this, and I had the little mouse under my arm to do all the moving. And when the producer came, I convinced the woman. She's so amazing. I said, Elsa, I've found the most amazing technology. They've basically now built it in so that on the screens you can look at the screen, and basically when you look and kind of focus, like shut your eyes, it knows you're looking, and it will move the mouse there. And she was like, no, sure. And I'm sitting there with the mouse. She can't see the mouse under here because I've got a whole sling here. And I'm just looking, and I'm looking at the screen going like that. And the mouse suddenly jumps at it. Oh my God. She was so impressed with that for ages. And then I felt a bit of a dickhead when I had to turn and go, no, it's just me being an arsehole. But
she would have been more impressed if you said I'd been playing it with my cock.
Yeah, but, there's a limit to how
there's a limit to believability, I suppose, as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Give it a rub. I'll show you.
It's a good score though. It's one of my good ones.
Yeah, but I still want to find that other one.
What the
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Kent.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. You keep going on about this piece of music that.
Yeah, I know.
Written. I don't know what it is.
But you're such a cunt. You never put any titles on them. You never said Ty Unwin.
But no, I don't.
List the tracks like a normal person.
But I don't write any music. Remember, Espin's told me I don't write any music.
Well, there you go. This is what's wrong. This is right. You don't write it. You just compose it.
I don't do that. I just sit and collect synths. That's all I do. Remember.
Well, you're doing a good job so far.
Yeah. So. But anyway.
Yeah. No, I'm going to find it.
What year was that? Last Days of Pompeii?
Oh, 2000 and...
Okay. I found an old one on IMDb with Brian Blessed, so it's definitely not that one.
No, I think it's 2001, 2000... Well, no, I can say when I had the accident, 2003. I had the accident 2003, so it's got to be that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah. Well,
anyway, I can't
drive a car with no grip.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, come on, out with it. How fast was the tree going when it hit you?
Don't judge my driving. I used to drive like a twat. I'm so glad I don't drive like that anymore.
I don't know if I do or not. I think that's worse.
Anyway, I do need to go and do the worst job in the world. So,
what? Not write any music, apparently.
Yeah.
Just go and play with the synth.
I'll just I'm not going to switch it on. Actually, I'm just going to sit and stroke it.
Just look at it.
It's called Pompeii: The Last Day. That's what it is.
Oh, is that what it? Okay, I love the fact that I'm being
the
told.
last day.
See, he can't even write the titles down right.
I don't even.
Fucking hell.
I don't.
I'm never going to find this bit of music. I know I'm not.
No.
I don't honestly, Ken. The chance. Can I just point out? I've told you before. I don't even know what any of my music is.
Yeah, I know.
Someone
mate, I
told.
know.
Someone told me. Someone told me the other day. Apparently, I've got something on Spotify, and apparently, it's most of it's like none of it's the good music. It's all shitty stuff. And I went and looked, and apparently, when you click on one of the sax pieces, it goes through to a woman. It's not even. It's marked down as me, and I don't even know who the woman is or what the shit is. And
It's narrated by F. Murray Abraham.
Because I was wondering if it might be one of the Monty Don ones.
well, Monty Don wasn't.
But you didn't put a lot of effort into the Monty Dons, did you?
No.
So what the fuck was it?
Don't need to. It'll be something.
Yeah, I found it. Music by Ty Unwin. Here you guys go.
There you go.
What's okay? Wow. Okay, I love this.
I love
I'm
the
gonna
way it
look at
says
this.
title. That's it.
But oh, hang on a minute. What am I doing?
Mind you, you'd have to end up thinking up an awful lot of names, wouldn't you?
Oh, I can't be bothered with our shit like that.
Has Tim Pigott Smith in it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, very nice.
Honestly, I can't remember anything about it other than the incident as I just described, and the fact that it was, the music was.
BBC
nice.
New Talent Music. Ty Unwin. Ty Unwin's a young composer.
I was probably back then.
When was that written?
Studying
1542.
the national history documentary set
That
up.
was in 2003.
When you've all
Escape
finished.
Oh, mate, we've got fucking ages yet.
Well, in which case I'm definitely fucking off.
We've got buckets of it out here.
Okay. I'm gonna go and write some music.
Okay.
Good move.
Great. Good to see you all. Have a fantastic evening, and
Live long and fuck off.
Just fine. Hi, Ty.
sorry, I just thought I'd accidentally shat myself on something had fallen down the street. But it turns out that it's actually Andrew. Sorry.
That's fine.
It's alright, easy mistake.
That's
Yeah.
fine. My little boil in the bag, sweet. Look at you all wrapped up.
Fucking hell.
I can hear a sound as well, but I can't make out what it's actually
Boil in
is.
the
but
bag?
whatever it is, it's fucking annoying. But
Victorian
anyway.
Lego
That's
shagger.
me.
And I'm not even playing anything.
Oh, no.
Go and run
Anyway.
your cock in crabs, and I'll speak to you soon, Ty. I love you. I don't care what the others say about you.
Haven't said anything.
That
You
was a
wait,
real-
apparently
that was
he
a
doesn't
real-
write any music.
Oh, good.
And there's your video link if you want to watch it.
Ah, here you go.
I don't fucking. How do you find this shit? Honestly, how do you find this? More to the point, why do you find this shit?
It's
I
not
don't
on the
watch-
internet.
It's going to be pretty boring. You know how it ends. It's like Titanic. It's the most fucking predictable film I've ever watched.
Boat sinks and it takes 3 hours.
Yeah.
This
Who knew?
It's so funny that the one person who never watches anything that he does is me. So it's. But
No,
thanks
me
for the
too.
link.
I don't watch anything you've done.
Actually, do you know what? The best comments. I've got an old friend. Go back many years, and every time anything's on, he always turned around and went, "Oh, I was watching something that you wrote the music to." Basically, he turned around. I always turn it down, just principle. You basically went, it's always, everything I watch with your name is so much better without listening to you. So, who needs enemies when you got friends like that?
Well,
That's the
you're
good
right,
thing.
go-
You see,
you get
we don't
paid
know you've
anyway.
done it until the end when we see the titles. So we've had to fucking
Yeah.
sit through it.
No, I
Yeah.
recognise Ty's style.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's in. Are you mentioned? Well, yeah, in your dreams, Andrew. In your
He's
dreams.
just seeing how long he's got
I'm
left.
looking at you whilst I'm doing this.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fucking off. Goodbye, everyone. Have a fantastic evening and look after yourselves. And
All right,
I will
David.
see some of you soon.
See you
Be
later.
good. See you later.
Take care, fruit
Bye.
bag.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Oh, I was going to ask him.
Mother.
Well, now that Andrew's turned up, I'm off then.
I'm only here for
Huh?
Sam's going in.
Well, you copyrighted it.
I have, yeah, and I can go whenever I like. And
you a
now is the
grown-up?
moment.
Are
Sorry,
you a grown up, Ian? Are you a
I'm a
grown
grown up. Who said that?
Yeah.
I turned my mic up there. Are you
Oh.
a grown up?
Am I a grown up? No, or Sue.
Okay.
No, it's nearly bedtime.
I see.
Normally I go
Grown
about
up.
9:30, you see, but actually Jane's sister's here, so I've left the girls to
Here you go. In case you don't believe it, here's the screenshot.
What, of the sisters? Oh, right.
God, are you using Windows 3.1? It looked like Windows 3.1.
used
for a minute.
It's Irfan View. It's a
I used to
tool
love
called Irfan
Windows
View.
3.1.
Oh, I
It was
see.
great.
It loaded too fast for Windows
Yeah.
3.1.
Yeah, it did actually. Yeah, exactly. That was it.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right then. Oh, those are
Baloney's burning. Baloney's
Right, love,
burning.
lovers. See you later.
All right,
Night.
you, Ian.
take
I
care,
love you
fruit bag.
too.
Move to Frome.
I have.
Frome?
Frome. It's
Where's
Rome.
Frome?
Yeah, Frome. Frome. That's where I live. Not Frome.
Frome?
I've just realised that after 5 months, it's not called Frome.
It's
Frome.
Frome.
It's called Frome.
It's called Frome.
Yeah.
Well,
In
I
fact-
never.
There was a gig in Stroud the other day. I wanted to go to.
Not Stroud. St. Rude.
Stroud.
St. Rude.
Stroud.
St. Rude.
Struth.
Stroud. See you later, boys.
Striplo.
Cheerio.
Bye.
See you, Ron, mate.
Just go. Fuck. Hangs around like a bad smell, he does.
Oh, dear me. Talking of which. You. Don't look at me like that. You did, didn't you? Oi.
Oh, yes.
God, I hope it was dead when you caught it. Jesus Christ.
Smells dead
Jerry.
now.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, it's not getting up from that one. Fucking hell. Well, yeah. Hey, you take
Well,
the paint
yeah.
off the scent. Don't wag your tail at me. It's just wafting it around more. Jeez on bread.
Robbie, did you manage to sort out your settings for Cubase?
Oh, yeah, it's piss easy. There's a thing called the Steinberg Library Manager. And you just do it all in there. And I'm
Is
doing
there?
it now, actually.
I
Yes, I'm
had no
doing it now.
fucking idea.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's under file, isn't it?
It's in applications, Steinberg Library Manager.
Yeah, you can get to it from
Fuck's
just
sake.
under over here. I think it's just under file.
It's just a nice big window that has all your installed libraries, and anything that's installed, you can just click move, and you tell it where to move it to. You can do
Yeah.
one, or you can do it in batches. But you can also set the default location for it to install to. So
I've done so much moving and because I'm just a twat. There we go.
What is Froome in Welsh? Froome Bach.
Frome.
Popty Ping.
Froome Bach.
Biddly hom, biddly boy.
Diddly-doy-dee-dee.
You know that's the Welsh for a microwave oven.
What?
Popty Ping.
Really?
It probably is.
Because there was no word in the Welsh language, obviously, for microwave.
Yeah.
So it was onomatopoeic. Called it
I'm pretty
Popty
sure
Ping.
we didn't have one either.
It's almost like Dr. Seuss. I love it.
Yeah, Popty Ping.
Because I would have thought before microwaves were discovered, we didn't have a word for it either.
Well, we didn't have microwaves at all. Yeah, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we had
But we-
microwaves, but we didn't have microwave ovens.
Yeah,
Microwaves
and when we
existed.
did, we called them microwave ovens and not Popty
Yeah.
Ping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That reminds me, there was a great article, it was an April Fool's thing in Electronics magazine years ago. Here's how to make a mini wave oven that actually cools things instead of heating things. And they had a whole circuit diagram, you could build it, and people bought it. It's very funny.
Yeah, but it'd be like somebody invented a car and calling it the Brumby Brum Screech. But we didn't, we called it the Automobile.
Automobile.
Yes, because it was automobile.
The horse's carriage.
Mm.
There we go. Oh, yes. I love this.
Found it?
Uploading shit.
Look, he's like a dog with two dicks now.
Oh, I am.
Oh, stay where you are.
Getting things done. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait.
How are we all?
Why do you do that?
Not so bad.
Justin,
Yes.
What's just
On what?
how are you?
Oh,
My,
last I checked, I was well. And I just checked maybe about a half second ago.
Check again.
Yes, I'm well.
And again.
Time marches on.
All downhill
You didn't
there.
look at your watch then. I can't take your word for it if you didn't look at your watch.
Watch is down here. That's all you need to know. No, I'm well.
TikTok rhymes with no, can't think of it.
Can, I'm just not going to say it.
Mm.
What's that?
Change the T's to a K.
That's your monitor.
oh, dear me. God, it's payday tomorrow.
For who?
For me?
Oh, for you.
Make my
No, no,
clients
no.
pay me for fuck's sakes. That would be good. Be unusual.
Yeah. I've been waiting for 3 weeks for the money from a restoration.
What, the restoration or a restoration?
No.
Because the restoration was a very long time ago.
Oh, no.
You seem to
I
be waiting for
wasn't.
that.
I'm not charging for that one. That was all part of the thingy. No, this is another one.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, and I knew it was going to happen, and that's the irking part of it. Is I knew it was going to happen because they were phoning every day. Is it done? Is it done? Is it done? And I go,
Have
"Yes,
they
we can."
collected it?
Yeah, long gone.
And they haven't paid for it?
No,
You let stuff go out the door without them paying?
I've often done that.
And you
What you
still
got to
learn your
remember,
lesson.
what you got to remember is where they are, where they're based, and everything like that. And I know everybody in the business. They got a lot of keyboards, so they have to come back to me. So they can't go to other techs with it.
So what, they
Well,
get
as
extra
long as
prawn
you're
next time?
charging
Is that how it
lots of
works?
interest on the outstanding, that's fine.
Oh yeah, well, every time they bring a synth to me.
Not sure you've quite got the commerce. I almost said commerce there, almost.
Yeah,
Bit
almost.
sorted out, the business side of the business sorted out, yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, it has tightened up since Fiona took over.
Oh, good.
There was quite a few things that I used to let slip that she doesn't let slip. And I've never seen so many hurt people in my so many people with hurt feelings at the door. Going, oh, okay. I love it.
Pay you fucker. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know that one.
It's like Wimpy and Popeye. I'll pay you next Thursday. So or Tuesday,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
And there's this face she gives people who try to pay by cheque. I can't do it, but it's a priceless look. It's sort of something along the lines of like that, except far more aggressive.
Yeah, we're now in the 21st century. Thank
Yeah.
you. Get your fucking car or a wad out. I don't care
Yeah,
which.
I'm not surprised she's hasn't turned around and said, "Well, in that case, you better pay and give me some petrol money because I've got to go into Epsom to hand this into a fucking bank."
You don't have to do that anymore.
No, I know, but she says that anyway. But no, she just doesn't like dealing with checks.
No. The only checks I ever get now
What about
are
Slovaks?
whenever
No.
if I get a repay from HMRC on anything, and they always send it as a check, and it's such a
I've heard her say this to a customer on the phone when obviously they said, "Can I pay by cheque?" And she went, "I don't even wear stripes." I went, "Same cheque." Yeah.
That's good.
No, not even that. No,
Do you normally have like a net 30 thing with them, or how do you do that?
What the hell's a net 30?
You 30 days to
30
pay
days.
off the.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. She goes, if you can afford to own the synth, you can fucking afford to pay for it. Is her.
I mean, she's right, but
yeah, exactly. Like, if you own a synth that's worth, 30k, some big modular thing, it's worth 30k. You can pay the 850 quid repair bill on it. Otherwise, what the fuck are you doing with a £30,000 synth? You should have sold that years ago. It's the way she sort of like works it out. It seems to be fine. Seems to be more money in the bank than there ever used to be. I know that.
Yeah, because even for a musician, that's their job. It's still a luxury, right?
Well, no,
You
if
don't
it's
need
their
a-
job,
you
it's
don't need
their tools, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't need a CS80 for your job, right? So.
No, but if you've got your the inclination to take your CS80 out of the studio, load it into a van, and bring it to a repair station to be done,
Yeah.
you're going to want it back, and when you want it back, you're going to want it working, and you're going
Sure,
to have
yeah.
and all the I mean, I give guarantees on work done on machines that are older than most
I've got a
of the people that
neon
watch.
needs fixing.
Yeah,
Under
I mean, some
guarantee.
of these machines I have to work on, date back to the mid '60s, and I'm giving 6-month guarantees on them. So it comes at a price, I'm afraid.
Neon bulbs, they guaranteed.
Yeah. Mind you, I've had it a couple of times. I do a CS80, bloke brings in a CS80, right, for instance, it's got 2 voices gone, the ribbon controller spring's broken on it, and you do a repair on it, and all the rest of it, and it comes to about $450 or something like that. And then they take it back. And then 2 weeks later the chorus stops working, and it's my fucking fault, apparently. I go, no, it's not my fault. What are you on about? Well, didn't you see that it was going to fall over?
You can see it, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck off.
You can't see the
no.
electron level of stuff. You can't let go in there.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you want me to fix? Do you want me to
Yeah,
do a
I
full
noticed that cap
restoration?
had an air of despair about it.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
It looked a little dodgy, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, no, mate, no, it doesn't work like that. Fuck off. Yeah, but you said it was under guarantee. Yes, what I did to it is under guarantee. Fuck off. No. If it's fucking hit by a car, it doesn't mean I'm fucking covered to fucking put it all back together. Good God. Right.
You're not like an American Express where they cover like the whole thing for anything, right? So.
Tell me about it. But, it happens. It does happen. I mean, it's the same with polymogs. I mean, just carrying them out to the car. I said it to a customer, helping him carry it out to the car. I said, you realise we're breaking this? He goes, yeah. He goes, just moving it breaks them, doesn't it?
What was the sequential that sags under its own weight? Which one was that?
Oh, the T8.
Yeah.
Put it on an X stand, and go to play it the next morning, and the middle octaves all stuck together. It's just one key. All 12 of them going down together as one key.
Wow.
So you have to go and put it on the floor and put a book under it. I mean,
10 was
it was
like
a-
that,
it was-
very fragile, wasn't it?
yeah. No, it was a good idea. What they were doing, they were trying to make it so you could apparently pick it up and carry it. But trust me, it's still fucking heavy. But they made the base out of aluminium. But they didn't put any strengthening struts or supports inside the case. Just one sheet of alley, and then everything on it.
They should have studied bird bones. They could have figured that out.
Yeah, because if you look on the bottom of the T8, it has a foot in each corner, but then it has 2 in the centre as well. And when it's on an X stand, those 2 feet touching nothing, and it in the centre. So just put it on the floor again, and next day it's perfectly okay again. It just goes back again. But it does have the shittiest poly AT system ever devised by man.
But when it works, it triggers well, right?
It's okay.
Really?
It's all right. I mean, basically, you're pushing a steel rivet into a piece of felt.
Oh.
With a what do you call it? I've got a name of it now.
What is it more durable than the Ensoniq foam strip?
Oh God, no! Just using
Really?
it breaks it. Yeah. Because when you push this, sort of like this knuckle onto the felt, it's already dented it, and every time you use it, just dents it a bit more, and you just get less, less kind of resolution to the response on it.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, if you put a plank of wood on the X stand, then it's fine, absolutely fine. And I keep telling them, if you put it on an X stand, put like a piece of ply or something underneath it, 1/2-inch ply for it to sit on. If you're putting it on an X stand, some people take notice of that, some people don't, and then they're on the phone to me, going,
Just strap a piece of plywood to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you're supposed to do it with some of the electric pianos as well. You know, if you put them on stands instead of their original legs, because a lot of their original legs also had like these crossbars that come up and join to support the centre. And a lot of people used to set up that, like, I think it was, can't remember which one it was. Was it Mark II Fender Rhodes? We have these extra bars on the legs that go to the centre. And they go, oh, let's not bother with all that, just the legs is enough. And then next day, all the keys rubbing against each other.
I seem to remember people used to put almost like Meccano inside the case, something like that, but thicker.
Yeah, you put the rigidity into the case. Yeah,
into the
sure.
case, yeah. To try and sort that all out.
Well, Roland did it with the Jupiter 8 because that was just one sheet of steel with a foot in each corner, but there's a steel frame runs just behind the keyboard. And it serves as dual purpose because it strengthens the bass, but it's also got the gives the front panel something to screw to. And because if you don't screw the front panel down and you just use the screws at the end and go, oh, that's enough. When you pick it up, it actually twists. You can twist it backwards and forwards like that. So it all has to be all bolted up, otherwise it loses its rigidity. Yeah. So it's the same with the what's the one that caused the problems? Oh yeah, this guy had a Wurlitzer 140. It was wooden keys and everything, but it was also a wooden case. It was steamed
didn't they
ply.
use to warp?
Yeah, did they?
Yeah, that's right.
And somebody had one in the studio up in town, and the sun was heavy on one side of it, and the rest of it was in the shade.
Ooh.
And it started to sort of like bend that way, and all the keys starting to splay out from each other at the front.
Well, my SX240 is kind of funky. It has a wooden case.
Mm.
And when I changed the battery in it, I went, oh, this case is funky.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 1984, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's some weirdies, and yet the Tolex covered wooden cases, fine, no problems. Don't seem to suffer from temperature or anything like that. So things like the Mobile 4 voice and 8 voice and stuff like that, no problem.
Tolex just a plastic sheet, right? Kind of a
it's
textured plastic.
Yeah, what it is it's sort of like a plastic mottled effect.
Like almost like pleather, right?
But it's on, and then it's pressed onto cloth.
Yeah.
Like this black cloth, and then you stick that to the wood. It just holds everything together in one place quite well.
Is it touching cloth?
Pretty much. But again, something else you can't buy in the UK now. It has to come in from the States. And those rolls are heavy.
I was always deeply impressed with the RD1000, the original big Roland piano, electric piano thingy it did. That was that went all over the world and was being thrown around like anything, but it carried on.
Yeah.
Carried on. Still got it somewhere up in the loft, I think. Need to get that down at some point. But it was a great keyboard. It's getting a bit knackered now, to say the least. I mean, it must be, what, 85? It's almost 40 years old. Shit. Fuck. When did that happen?
Yeah.
Jesus wept. Yeah, 39 years old.
Yeah, it's 57 years. Because this 3C I've got coming. Apparently it's got loads of things wrong with it. It's never been to a repair station in its entire life, and it's 57 years old.
Is that the one that sounds like an RA Mini?
Yeah, it's literally like an RA but in
Nice.
modular form. Yeah, and so it basically, Bob essentially did what, like Roland and Yamaha did later, where they build a flagship and then make smaller technologies off of its technology. So it's not quite so much R&D involved. So you can make the smaller units quicker from it, sort of thing. So that's why the RA sounded so beautiful, because they literally just copied the circuits of those modules.
Really?
Mm.
But it's also the components, right? You said there were certain types of resistors.
Yeah, exactly. So in an RA Mini, for instance, all the transistors and FETs and capacitors and everything like that, you got this filter board, and what you actually have in your hands is a 904 filter from the original modular, and the same with the VCOs, And then later on, they started substituting various components because they were getting rare. I mean, half of those FETs were almost out of production when they were using them, building the 3Cs.
Without giving anything away, young Kent, that thing we worked on recently.
Yes, darling.
How old was that?
I think she's 75.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. So she's between the 2 points,
Yeah.
but not the late version.
No, didn't sound like the late version.
No, it's got some huge cojones on it.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
Oh,
yeah.
Funny enough, that came up in conversation today. We've got another one here that I'm restoring, and the guy phoned about it and asked how it's getting on. I said, well, I should be starting it very soon, so it should be ready 2 or 3 weeks' time, sort of thing. And then went, and Fiona looked at me and went, what? I said, this came in a flight case. She went, yeah. I said, guess where the flight case is? Oops.
Righty-ho.
We'll
arrange that then.
There might be a call. You don't know. I still have to get around to doing it anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much at this point.
I don't want to let go of it. It's... Anyway, we'll get to that another
You're
time.
enjoying it?
Oh, fuck, man.
Good, because it needs to be used.
Oh,
it can't go in that flight case and then leave it until said day.
It's just astonishing. It really
Is she staying in tune okay?
Yeah. I think it. Yeah.
Well, VCO3 on that was.
But it's the best sounding thing I've. You have a memory of these things, of the early ones, and you got all the plugins and they're all good.
Oh yeah, no.
But it's not the real. It's just not. And then you saw what I was doing. I've got another demo, by the way, where I just go through some things. Oh my lord, it's just so freaking no effects, nothing, just the straight dry signal, and you don't need anything else. You don't need a damn thing other than it going glorious.
Well, what was weird about that one? It was doing the usual kind of 1975 thing where the VCOs are this.
Oh, wandering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I do, there's a resistor that controls the range, because it's nearly always the range. It's not. Sorry, the scale, because it's almost never the range. But the scale on them is far more critical, especially if you got like one on 16 and one on 2. For it'll notice, and you'll see this sort of thing going on. And I always pull them and put in 1% tolerance resistors in their place instead of the usual. I think they're 20% tolerance.
Really?
To go, yeah. Well,
Fuck hell.
70s. So I put the 1% in, and and then you tune it, and it's like ding. And then, which is so weird, is you go just out a bit. Like that. You don't want them. Bang on. This is weird. It always made me laugh. You get it absolutely spot on, and then fuck it. You just fuck up what you've just done.
It took me back 40 years. Seriously, it took me about 40 years, and it was just.
That's a sweetheart. It is a sweetheart.
Oh, you've done such a good job on that, Ken. I mean, such a good job.
Shut up. No, seriously.
What?
Shut up.
Okay.
Well, it's a Roland. No one cares about a fucking Roland.
Did we just get told off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
What's weird about it, you're not even supposed to know.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Jeez.
Bollocks.
Go to your bed. Go to your room.
No tea for you.
No tea for you. Well, I could.
All right, talk about something else then.
Yeah. All right. How's your cock?
Okay. More better than usual.
Really?
Yeah.
Not dried and shriveled?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. Sold it. Getting a better one. This one's got Bluetooth.
Oh, you got a pump for it?
No, it's self-inflating.
Oh, wow.
Little gas canister with it.
It's a helium tank so you can float up a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, you can pick up tablecloths and everything. It's wonderful. What was it? It was, oh, where did it go? I'm trying to remember now. It was Boat. He goes, hello, son, how's it going? He said, he says, I got kicked out of school for letting a girl wank me off. He goes, oh, really? I don't think teaching's for you.
Oh, dear. Deary, deary, deary. Yeah.
Ba-bum.
Ba-bum. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Naughty man. It's a busy day tomorrow.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's causing that?
All sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Topaz Labs, what's this?
What do you mean, where's the tumbleweed? That was good.
That was very good.
Everyone's a fucking critic. I don't know. Got to be careful, Paul, my teacher. Oh. It's like when I do Irish jokes.
Oh, Jesus.
Do you know you used to know some of the best Irish jokes going? My mum. Sounds funny
Yeah.
when she did it in her Irish accent. Do you know what? There's a tiger spider in the window here, just hanging from a single thread upside down. And I have no idea why he's done that. He's left the web and just gone down, just hanging in the air. What are you up to? Not in any danger. There's nothing up there.
Yes. You know, it's ironic. I watched a piece of the Espen Craft video. Right in the beginning, he says has a big text thing that says perception is everything. Boy, isn't that true? Why would you put that in front of your video where you're going to talk shit about things when people are going to realize you're full of shit, right?
Ah, well.
I'm sure his mother loves him.
Well, yeah, sure.
Well, as long as the maintenance checks keep coming in. Oh, man. We doing anything specific on the show tomorrow?
Talking bollocks,
Oh,
basically.
I'm not sure I know how to do that, Robbie.
we should introduce a new section to the show called "It's a Scam."
Yeah. No, there's a few things on the list,
Oh, okay.
which is in its usual place.
Mm-hmm. What the hell is on there? God, I love the
You know what
paint
we've
work
not
on a
got
Hydra.
around to discussing at all is the whole thing of security.
We're doing a special.
Are we?
Yes. I haven't got a date for it yet, but we're going to be doing a special.
Okay.
So,
Or as they say in the Midwest, are spatial.
yeah.
Is there any particular for this subject?
What subject?
Security.
Yeah, we're going to do a show about, securing your equipment, your gear, your studio, whatever, based on poor Mr.
It is a
Andy's,
cautionary tale.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Is there a certain irony there?
Isn't there always?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
But it's an inspired by thing. So
Yeah, it's just that, talking about security and then, on YouTube with all the keyboards behind you.
Yeah, but the cat's already out of the bag. What are you going to do?
yeah, I mean, how many 230 odd shows with all this shit behind me?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It keeps changing every week. It's like a Sears catalogue. I must admit, I do like the new setup, though.
It's a lot cleaner. It really is.
You look a hell of a lot more spacious, I know that.
Actually, had somebody else in here, working last night. So
There was room?
had room.
God.
Yeah, sat on the
Jesus.
chair and everything. So
Do you miss having the one underneath, the DX1 underneath the Polybrute?
underneath the Polybrute.
Didn't you have the DX1 on the stand and then the Polybrute above it?
No,
No? Okay.
no, I don't have a stand that can take the DX1 that also has a thing above.
I don't think they make a stand.
Well, actually, no, they
But
used
then
to
have
do
a tier.
extensions. They used to do extensions for that particular quick lock stand that you could bolt on the back legs, and then they would give you an overhang. But they stopped making them, and I can't find them, so it's over there now. So
Yeah, my double-legged X stands are really strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I have 3 things on each one, so
I used to have a bunch of Ultimate stands. They were really good. I have to say, they were really, really good. And then I can't remember what happened to them.
Are those the column?
Yeah, the column things with the
Yeah, I need to get a couple of those.
springies out. They were very, very good. Carried a huge amount of weight.
Well, the one I had this on until earlier today was I can't remember the bloody name, but they don't make it anymore. It's got a central aluminium column, and then the legs come out, and it's a weird, like it's like an X stand, but it's not like an X stand.
Like a Deltex?
I can't remember the bloody name of it.
Those are all over the 80s, the Deltex stands.
No,
Is that or the Apex?
No,
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it.
Is that what it was? Apex? Man, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
It has an angle, right? The column's at an angle?
Yeah, the column's at an angle. And it's
Not
Yeah.
not on these ones. This one was a central aluminium column.
Okay.
And then the arms and the legs, if you will, would just
Fold in and
fold
out.
in and out of it.
Oh.
And then you could change the height of them as well. It's very good. It's one that
Roland made a version of that.
Simon gave me. I'll have it at Synth Festival. I think I'll have the Emacs on it.
Arbuthnot, was that its name? Or Jeff? No. No, you're not playing, are you?
So the
Burners.
Pro X stands at Guitar Center sells, the 3-tier ones. I've had some of those for 25 years, and they're perfectly solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd use those in the studio. I wouldn't use them live. I just don't like the spacing between the tiers.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like live, I like them nice and close. And the other thing too is when they're packed up, they still take up a lot of room.
You don't want the big reach that you had to do with Rick Wakeman or something like that?
Well,
So
he's using
reaching all over the place.
Well, he's using Apex stands now.
No, but he's also reaching across to the side, like he's way
Yeah.
all over. He's like an octopus. He's all over the place.
Oh yeah, no, one of these days when I do a tour of my live rig, it's the same way. But he's using Apex. He's been using Apex stands since the 2000s, maybe even earlier than that.
Yeah. Have you ever seen how many foot pedals he has?
He's just using sustain pedals.
No. He used to have expression pedals.
Yeah.
He used to have everything under there. I mean, it was just there was no room for anything else, and he'd be using those as well as everything else the whole time. He was doing a lot of MIDI control as well of the. He had the Psychologic M16.
Yeah, he had
So
he'd
be controlling a load of stuff with that with foot pedals as well. Yeah.
I saw a video that Dave Bryce put up on the Keyboard Magazine channel that's under a different name that toured his rig in like 2016, 2017. And he had like, I think 2 of the instruments wouldn't communicate with the Psychologic system. I think one of them was the Montage. The other one was the Hammond SK1 or something like that.
Yeah, they started getting a bit tired, and there was no spares for that. But brilliant machines, just really, really good.
I did an emergency repair on one of his minis. He was doing
Did
a
you?
gig down in Brighton, and his tour manager fella dropped it off. It wasn't bad. It was just a little issue, nothing major. I think it had popped its positive fuse. Its plus 10 fuse had gone on it. Probably from some shitty power conditioning at the last venue, is that?
Wasn't it Wakeman that had Bob Moog turn up for one gig when he had a problem with something? He said, "Yeah, I'll just get right to it." And he just happened to be there. He said, "I'll fix that." And it wasn't ready even until sort of about halfway through the gig because he kept on improving stuff. Well, I've done that, and I'll do this.
Yeah,
we can tweak that. Yeah, sure it was Bob Moog.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was Bob Moog.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. Do you know?
Ooh.
Yeah. Anyway,
And the floodgates open.
Yeah.
It's Morg. It's a scam.
Right, I'm going to go because I've got an early start tomorrow. But, just thought I'd drop in and annoy you.
Where's
Seems to
Mr.
have worked.
Evans?
Mr. Evans is in the other room. This time of night, he's in there. But I'll have him. I might have him in tomorrow evening. I might have him just wandering around, trashing
Fact
stuff.
checking.
Yeah.
Have him walk across your command stations. You can play some stuff.
Yeah, he did that not so long ago. I left them on and plugged in. And suddenly there's this fucking huge drum groove going off. Beep, 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 beep. Mr. Evans. What? Yeah.
Everybody wants to be.
Have you seen that video called Catcerto? Where the woman is a piano teacher and her cat likes to play piano with her. And occasionally he gets a melody going that's kind of good. And some guy chopped it up and made a symphonic thing to go with it. Did a live performance of Catcerto. It was very, very funny. Easy to find on YouTube.
Yeah.
Or get a life. Right.
No, this is fun because it's the cats. You know, the cat's
Yeah,
clever.
man, come on. Yeah.
Actually, there is. I've posted a couple of things on my Facebook thingy. There's a Swedish radio, I think it is, do a series of shows, live concerts. And at the moment, they've got this woman who's a classical pianist who just reaches out to the audience and says, "Sing me a song. I'll do something with one of your songs," and people just put out the weirdest and wonderfulest things, folk songs and God knows what else, and beer drinking songs. And she does this she just works it out very, very quickly, thinks about it for a few seconds, and then does this entire thing on classical piano, and it's quite extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary watching her do it. As I say, there's a couple on my for so.
Well, I mean, look at Bartok. He took folk songs and made classical bits out of them. So.
Yeah, but she's doing this like immediately, then and
Oh
there.
yeah, sure.
It's extraordinary. Very, very talented player.
This is that stand.
Oh, System X.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I've seen that.
Never saw that before.
That looks heavy.
I'd never seen one. It's actually quite light, but it's very sturdy. But yeah.
Looks
That's
very
what the
expensive.
Polybrute was on until earlier today.
That looks expensive.
Looks like a robot exercising.
Why did you take it out?
Because I've got legs.
Oh, you got the wooden legs.
Got the wooden legs.
Yeah.
It just looks too much like a coffee table from the 70s, those legs.
Looks
They were
rather
never
nice.
Are they robust and strong and wonderful?
Solid
You get
ash.
a wave term under it now. If you had one.
Hmm.
You know what the GS1 had? The legs that screw in?
GS1.
Well, no,
Screwing legs, weren't
it did kind of have legs, but they were very, 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 very big legs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, they were huge, and you had these Allen keys about that round.
Yeah.
I've
I've only seen it from the top. I've never seen the legs. So.
Yeah, well, and then you had another one which they called the Lyre, which has the 3 pedals, and the and then the connector thingy that goes up for to read the pedals.
So what you're saying is it's got legs like a manatee has legs.
It's got legs like a grand piano has legs,
Yeah.
except you could take them off.
Yes.
Yeah, and setting it up. Oh God, I have nightmares thinking about how they were setting that fucking thing up. Because once you got the legs on, you got to lift the whole thing up onto its. You had these big solid brass casters on it. God, it was a heavy bastard.
It's enough about me. What about the keyboard?
Oh God, still got that other one to look at, haven't I? Another GS1, fucking hell. Thing is, I'll let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Did you get a new PTZ cam?
I got an
Right,
Oz
he's got the Ozbot like mine.
Oh, the Osmo. Oh,
Spot.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good things.
They are until they start looking at the ceiling for some reason and go, oh, look, a fly.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's still working. Look at that. Making me feel seasick. Right, listen, I'm going to go.
All right, dude.
Have you got the list up already, Robbie?
Yep, so it's all there.
Okay, I'll go and have a look. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. I love you all. You're my favourites. Bye. Bye, Andrew.
Bye.
Goodbye, Billy Bob Justin.
Billy Bob?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Goodbye, Billy Bob Robbie. Goodbye, twat.
Right, Kent.
See you later.
I know.
It's the awesome Italian show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of the main reasons I want to get all this other work out of the way is so I can get to this. You know, Vangelis' GS1 and his 80. And they're going to have loads and loads and loads of problems, and it's going to take me months and months and months and months to fix it. Or as long as humanly possible, anyway.
So that Ozbot auto tracks and also has like a remote control for it, so you can have little.
No, you just use your pad. Use your, your iPad-y thing, and there's a little thingy on the screen where you can just.
Oh, cool.
Oh, look around. What's going on? And it's the motion one. When it sees motion, it goes off and goes, "Oh, what was that over there?" kind of thing.
Yeah, because I was also looking at one that there's a guy in China that Ramsey bought his from. It's really nice, but they're kind of expensive, even though it's as cheap as you could get for that type of unit. And he has a remote control to control as like a TV remote, but it's a lot more expensive than Ozbot, and I think Ozbot
There's something that turns on the AI tracking. I can't remember what was it again, Robbie.
You flip at the bird.
Yeah. Fuck you. Oh,
there you go. See it did.
Yeah, it's turned it on. Wow. And he goes, I'm not looking at that. I'm going over here.
It's like the Apple Siri thing. When you insult it enough, it just stops listening to you.
It's going to focus on the rabbit that's eating Hans' shoulder. There you go. Boom. There was a few things on it, but there's all this cobblers as well. There you go. Whoa.
Yeah, because it is nice to have a smart camera like that instead of just a bunch of individual cameras everywhere.
Yeah, it's just as long as you can remember that there's certain movements and gestures you shouldn't do, because otherwise it like it happened here one night, didn't it, Rob? And it just went like that.
Oh yeah.
For no apparent reason.
Got drunk.
Let's look at the screen.
Yeah.
Yay, hello screen. Oh, go all the way down. I'm going to look at my own base. And now it's gone to sleep. Then wake it up again. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the price isn't bad for those.
Yeah.
It's like $300 or something like that.
Yeah, but it was good, because of this whole, like, plug it in, load up the little app thing, and you're done. Cool.
Well, it's great you're trying to show a bunch of stuff off and don't want to keep moving the goddamn camera everywhere. So
yeah,
Rand's used it really well in his modular stuff, where he has points memorized on it, so you can go right to it.
Well, I mean, I have that camera up there. I just keep forgetting to plug it in. Just another one of those. Is it a 4K high def? I can't remember. Probably okay, I suppose. See, now I've got it. This fucking thing won't settle down. I'll get it right in a minute. There you go. Let it center itself. There you go. See, I asked Siri to come to me, and she's gone. It's weird. She does it all the time. I go, come here. And she goes, and it turns and walks the other way. Never figured that one out. Oh, tell you something. Talking of Sonic State, a person who shall remain nameless has said, he goes, I know why you've never been invited on Sonic State. I went, yeah, why? Why? Because I'm intrigued. He's going, Nick's frightened about what you might say. What? I haven't behaved myself in other people's shows. I'd go around sort of like going through people's cupboards when I go around their house or anything like that, you know. So, I had to behave on other people's shows.
Well, there's always that thing where Gaz went on about the KLF, right? He got freaked out about that. He took over the show.
Yeah, but
that was a great episode.
I wouldn't do that. You don't shit all over somebody else's show, do you?
I think he was traumatized by that.
You know, if you're a guest, you're a guest. Like if you're a guest in somebody's house. You know, so well, whatever. Fair dues. Mind you, I'm kind of pleased with the rep, to be honest. You've got to take something out of it, haven't you?
You got heavy street cred.
Yeah, who fears my freewheeling camera? Who knows what it will focus in on? Yeah. Oh well. Never mind. Do you know what? I keep doing it. I shouldn't do it because it really doesn't mean anything. But I'll watch Sonic State and I'll look at how many people are watching the stream and compare it with how many people are watching ours. And we're going, well, we used to be 25% of what he gets. Now we're getting close to like, I think we're about 3/4, aren't we?
Yeah.
Thereabouts. Give one or two.
We're getting there, but
yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, his live audience isn't massive. A lot of
it's
people
about
watch it later.
200 and 200 and something. But I mean, even the pubs. I mean, you get like about 1,200 people end up watching it. This. I mean, come on.
Well, they want to see what you're going to do with your camera next.
Yeah. Well, they want to see what we're going to say next. But no,
I'm sure you have plenty of hate watchers too. You know.
Oh, yeah, hope so. No, I've had customers saying to me, "Oh, I saw your pub the other night, and you said this and you said that." I went, yeah, did I? Don't remember. But somebody, who was it? I can't remember who it was now. But some guy, he had it was a little monocentre he was having repaired, and he says, "Oh, I saw your, you were reviewing something." He said, where you hang yourself with the USB cable. I mean, yeah, that's going to follow me around, isn't it? It's going to stick with me for a long time. But I think it was the most accurate review I could come up with.
Not getting too many of the lusty ladies anymore, though.
No.
They're staying away.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I know a few people who watch a lump of it but never engage on any level.
Remember that guy a few shows ago wanted to come in and talk about P. Diddy or something like that?
It was the last pub, wasn't it?
Was it the last one? Yeah.
Yeah. P. Diddy.
Like, wow, you have inside scoop? I think everything's been leaked about that guy already. So what else are you gonna say?
Which hand he wanks with or something? I don't know.
Oh, all this with the lube bottles they had on storage, and oh man, that case is getting way out of hand.
Yeah, well.
It's 700 bottles of baby oil and lube, and for his parties.
Mm.
So you got to catch up, Kent.
Yeah, I don't even want to. Whatever. So, but I suppose if it's embarrassing for him, I suppose it's a big deal. But otherwise, it's all right. Yeah, whatever. Hey, look at me! I'm human too, kind of thing.
Well, he's a monster though. He's not. It's not being human. He's an actual monster.
Yeah, I honestly I know nothing
Human trafficking and sex parties. Oh yeah.
Oh, for God's sake!
Drug stuff, all kinds of stuff.
No, I didn't know about all of that. I seem to remember him doing some rap sort of stuff at some point.
He's mostly a producer.
Oh, is he?
He tried to do some rap. It was pretty awful. But he mostly produced other guys.
Oh, well. Yeah. The thing is, you kind of know it's always going on somewhere. Yeah. So what is it? This is all in court now, is it?
Oh, yeah. It's
got
you
to
can
that
watch.
point,
There's got coverage all over the place now.
It's funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about it.
It's not that huge in some circles. Some people don't even know or care or whatever. So, but it's definitely out there. The juicy details are out there.
Oh God,
it's very juicy.
Nah, not particularly interested, to be honest.
It's just not too shocking for some of those guys who have that lifestyle.
Yeah.
But
well, as I've said,
he's taken to the next level though. He's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said openly on here. And to Fiona, who loves watching all these Trump takedowns on YouTube, I said, look, all I ever want to hear about, what time he died.
Yeah, when he's finally really gotten, right?
Yeah, when actually find somebody who can fucking shoot straight.
Yeah.
So, no, it's just everything about him just annoys me.
I mean, for me, it always has too. People say, "Oh, you just don't like him recently." No, I've not since the '80s. I haven't liked him. I mean, he's a piece of garbage. He can be entertaining, silly sometimes, but that how much can you take of that? It's the same shtick for 30, 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah, but
especially when you know where it comes from. There's a lot of hate. All that, that crazy guy who taught him all the bad tricks, the attorney guy. I always forget his name, but
oh yeah.
Robbie knows it. I always forget the guy's name though. You muted.
Roy
Cohn. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Well.
So ever since then, and denying black people residency, and so it's just bullshit. It's just.
Yeah. No, it just annoys. I can't stand hearing him. I mean, Fiona's fascinated by it all. When he says, "Oh, I never said that," and everything like that, and then he show a clip of him saying just that, and everything like that. And I said, "Yeah," but the thing is, nothing's ever done.
No,
nothing's changed.
And his fans don't care. Like he made a joke about he could shoot his mother on the White House lawn and get away with it, and it's true. He could.
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, he's the ultimate example of cult of personality. It's just way too far.
Yeah. So because they were saying about, he was found guilty and he's going to go to jail. And I go, well, take their fucking time, aren't they?
No, he'll never serve any time. He didn't get really slapped for it very much.
Hello. Come up and say hi to everyone.
They just wasted a bunch of his time, literally. That's what he thinks. So.
Come on in. Come on in. Come and show how cute you are. Come on. Come on. Up. Come on. You're wagging your tail like mad. Come on then. Come on. What are you staring? Come on. Up. Come on in. Get your paws. Oh, there you go. Up you come.
Someone mentioned Jimmy Savile in the chat. There's a Jimmy Savile thing on Netflix. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah. Well, Mike,
but at least he had the decency to die.
Yeah.
There you go. Come on then. Come and sit up here and say.
Yeah, dog's huge.
Yeah, she's nearly as look. She has to mouth. She doesn't bite. She just mouths a bit.
It's like a little wolf.
Yeah, she's beautiful. You're a beautiful girl, aren't you? Hey. Noah is her bestest friend, isn't she? Hey, she's best friend. Yeah.
How is his eye?
Oh, it's healing up beautifully.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really coming along. The hair's starting to grow back and everything like that. So. And she's sort of like calming a bit now. She's not quite so puppified. She has her moments though, don't you? Hey, ooh, where are you going? Ooh, your arse is falling off. Ready? Oh, we go. You big lump, aren't you? Hmm?
How heavy do you think the dog is now?
I'd say she's getting on now for she feels like about £14. She's still quite elfin-like, but there's a certain degree of heft to her. You know what I mean? So she doesn't look very big, but actually she is quite a size. She towers over Noah now. Absolutely.
Getting close to Charlie's size?
Not quite. Not quite. I reckon about another 2 months and they'll be looking each other in the eye. And she's nearly at Nellie's. So Nellie's head's here.
Yeah.
Her head's sort of like there when she's standing next to her. But it's all leg. You know?
Do they get into the thing together?
No, not at all. No. She very rarely does any howling. She does this little yappy bark when she's playing with Noah. But even then, just now and again. She's not very vocal at all, really. Whereas, weirdly, Charlie's getting much more vocal. He does that howly talk thing he does. You know, that business.
That's great.
Yeah, especially when there's food on the go. Oh, my God, Father. Oh, man. Before, he'd never used to take any notice whatsoever. So, in a way, it did work out that she has brought Charlie out of his shell and made him much more engaging. But, like I said to Fiona the other day, I said, yeah, he's out of his shell, and I'm not quite sure we like all of it, though. Because he's a real pain in the arse now. And he nudges you. You're trying to have a sandwich or something. He's there nudging you and going. You go, what? He's like, you know, it's basically, please give me a piece of your sandwich or I'm just going to annoy the hell out of you. I go, do you remember when you used to just lay down in the corner and take no notice? She went, yeah. So, no, it's good. It's good. I'm glad to see him, you know, express himself more.
We had a great dog that was a German Shepherd Husky mix. It wasn't full Husky, so it did do the whole row thing. But it's still an amazing dog.
Yeah. Crosses always seem to, you know, produce really, you know, outstanding animals. You know, we used to have what was it? It was part Jack Russell. I'll tell you what, it was the biggest fecking Jack Russell you've ever seen. But he was Jack Russell and Labrador, I think old Max was. So you had this sort of like oversized Jack Russell, essentially. But he was he was a wonderful little
This dog looked really interesting because it looked like a German Shepherd with Husky coloring.
Oh, okay.
So it had similar head shape and body shape to a German Shepherd with that kind of silvery white coloring. It's a really beautiful animal.
It's funny though, because when the Huskies are that like traditional grey and white like that, they all have that pissed off expression.
Yeah.
Because of the way the black
And the
sort of
intense
looks like-
blue eyes and all that.
Yeah. And you go, how are you? And although her tail's wagging, she's looking at you like she's really annoyed about something. She's going, what? What's the matter with you? And she
That's
goes-
funny.
She's wagging her tail like nobody. You go, you look really pissed off about something. What's up? So, yeah, bless her. Yeah, but as she starts to settle down and, you know, find her feet, as it were, she's getting quite cuddly now. She likes to, like, curl up beside you, you know, and go to sleep, much to the annoyance of Siri. Because as far as Siri's concerned, I'm her dad, and that's it. I'm not allowed to stroke other dogs. Well, I'm not allowed to stroke Lily. I can make a fuss of Nelly and Charlie. She doesn't give a shit. Really, really gets the arse if I give too much attention to Lily.
Wow.
Yeah. And she starts doing this beside me. So it gets all agitated. So it's quite endearing, really, but there you go. Well, we live. Essentially, they don't give a crap as long as they get their pigs in blankets in the morning.
What about the treats?
Yeah. They call them pigs in blankets. There's very little pig or blanket involved. You know, fake-looking bacon wrapped around a
Food
fake-looking
dye
sausage.
and some color, some
Yeah,
flavor.
yeah. It's kind of some sort of congealed pulp of something with some sort of meaty taste to it. But they love them.
But it's funny when they do these things that clearly for humans to look at. The dog doesn't give a shit what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, take this morning as an example. I'm coming down the stairs, and there isn't a dog to be seen anywhere. And I turn the corner and go into the kitchen, and they're all sitting in a semicircle around the treats pot. Just you go, oh, it's treats time. Yeah. Except Charlie, who won't sit. I think I've seen Charlie sit once on the floor. He'll sit on the settee, but he won't sit on the floor. Don't know why. It's one of his traits. So, although they have to sit, he doesn't. And they don't give a crap that he doesn't either.
Crazy.
Yeah. But I am getting a little fed up with, you know, what I'm going to find out on the lawn every morning. There'll be something out there that's not supposed to be out there.
New chewed up stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Or just it's taken out and then just abandoned. Might be a food bowl, a book.
Well, they
what
get
else?
bored. I mean, one of my dogs used to dig up the yard all the time when it got
Yeah,
bored.
no, but this isn't boring. This should be asleep. You know, you get up first thing in the morning, and the iRobot's out on the lawn, upside down,
Wow.
instead of sitting on the charger. You know, if it's raining, oh well, we'll have to wait for that to dry out. But you know, nothing is safe. She took the well, one morning she took the loo brush, took that downstairs and took it out in the garden. But it comes in this tall china vase. And I said, no, leave that alone, you know, back up. Like that, took it back upstairs. 2 mornings later, the loo brush is in the toilet and the vase is out on the lawn. And it's not light. Just picks things up in her gob and walks off with it. Doesn't seem to be care monkeys about how hairy he is or not. She's a right moo, she is.
So
She's
dog
taken
toys
Fiona's-
aren't attractive enough.
Yeah, got loads of toys. She's not interested. If you buy her a toy and give it to her, it literally automatically makes it something she's not interested in. She goes, no, I'm not interested in that. Where's that plastic tube that you had those 4 tennis balls in? I love that. Yeah, she'll play with that all day. A stuffed dinosaur? No, not so much. That's dogs for you, I suppose. reminds me, I updated my Via Harmonics.
Yeah.
It's a couple of 100 gig.
Aye.
And it was an update. They should have actually reworded that, because what it did was literally erase the entire library and then download it all again with the update in it.
Oh, right.
As opposed to, oh, here's this 3 meg file and unpacks and no. It's like, start again,
why
boys.
would I?
Yeah.
Why
What
would
the hell
I
have
do
they done
that?
to it?
We'll
What have
just
they done?
inconvenience you and make you download the whole 200 gigs again.
Yeah.
And then we'll give you the update.
So unless it's sort of like an encompassing thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, like you get the player and you get the samples. With this, it doesn't really work that way, does it? Because there's a direct correlation between what sample will be used depending on how you've played the key and what the note was before.
Right.
Right, I'm heading off to bed.
What time is it? Do you know what? I might as well, too. Like Andrew, I've got a very early start tomorrow.
Yeah.
Shit, I've got shit like to do, actually, thinking about it. And some of the domestic-y stuff as well.
Yeah.
That we have let slip.
Right, well, I'll see you all tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. So
I'll
you guys
be-
later.
More
I'll be-
shenanigans.
I'll be
Indeed.
gigging, so I'll have to catch it on. I'll have to catch it on replay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, everyone. Look after
See you
yourselves.
later.
Stay cool.
Take it easy. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.